All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning and good afternoon for our people on the East Coast. I am going to grab coffee, as per usual. Oh, hang on. There we go. Now you can hear lamb chop. Testing, testing.
Good morning, beautiful people.
See if they can hear you. All right, chat. Let me know if you can hear lamb chop. We will be having a guest up today. Logic will be with us shortly, hopefully soon. As always, I'm going to send this out to the Discord. Second. And for all of my people who are concerned, I will be back on TikTok after our 3-day hiatus. As soon as that is done and over with, we will be back and present. So don't you worry.
Yes, yes.
I want to spend some time actually growing this platform because I think it'll be important to kind of reach out to other people on different platforms. Logic is here. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Hang on. Logic.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
I'm doing great, actually. So I'm glad that you came up because I know you wanted to talk about the Boebert Trump veto situation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, spill the tea. Tell us about it.
I am quite frustrated with Trump right now. And listen, I can understand the arguments in Trump's support to an extent, but it means you're not really seeing the full picture and the long-term cost of this politically, in addition to the fact that while this project is expensive for only 50,000 residents, there's simply not another solution, right? This has been in the works for decades. I understand people are frustrated. It's taken so long. However, all this does, essentially what Boebert was trying to do is she was trying to adjust the repayment plan for the residents because they can't afford the shorter repayment plan with the interest. So she wanted to cut the interest in half and lengthen the duration of the repayment plan, right? We're looking at under like $250 million cost to the federal government. Okay. Trump vetoed it. And why I'm frustrated is A, I don't think this would have cost him a penny politically. B, you're harming your own voters, right? Southeast Colorado is one of the reddest parts of our state. So you're directly punishing them. Additionally, there just isn't another solution. We need to do conduit because the water levels do not meet EPA standards. So in order to meet the federal set standard, all right, we have to pursue a very expensive project. If the federal government came in and said, okay, residents and communities, we will partner with you on this, I think it is unfair, unethical, and just outright wrong. It's also going to cost him politically, in my opinion, in our state to pull the rug out from under these residents at the 11th hour. Listen, I am all for having these types of projects more state focused. I'm not against that.
Mm-hmm.
However, this project has been partnered with the federal government. All right, the cat's out of the bag on that. That's where we are. And since that partnership was already entrenched, in order for this project to get done, I don't think it's right for him to do this. Also, like, we are going to have some tighter races with not only Boebert, but Gabe Evans for House seats in our state. Gabe Evans won by 2,500 votes. If you don't think the Colorado Dems are going to leverage this to push him out, you're crazy.
I totally agree with you. I think this was a bad decision. Who's talking? That's Logic. Logic and Liberty. I don't know if you are feeling your
I
cam
look
on today.
atrocious, but I mean, if you want me to turn it on, I can.
Girl, you
I'm
always
gonna go
look
to the gym.
gorgeous. Stop it.
I haven't done anything with myself today.
Stop it. Listen, we love you no matter what. Feel no pressure if you don't feel to get on cam or not. But actually, let me make sure I sent this out to the Discord really quick. And then did the everybody. I'm not sure if Pancake already did that. Okay, yeah, she already did. Awesome sauce. Great job. Great team. W. Okay, so I just wanted to touch base on what Logic is talking about. So Representative Laura Boebert out of Colorado, sorry, I almost said California, Republican, struck back at Donald Trump on Tuesday evening after he vetoed a bill that would have lowered payments for a water project in her district, an act Boebert believes could be political retribution. President Trump decided to veto a completely non-controversial bipartisan bill that passed both the House and the Senate unanimously. Why? Because nothing says America first like denying clean drinking water to 50,000 people in Southeast Colorado, many of whom enthusiastically voted for him all three elections, Boebert said in a statement posted by journalist Kyle Clark. So I'm trying to understand. Is today the press briefing, Lamb Chop? We're doing press brief today. It's typically on Wednesdays, yeah?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out what time it is.
So let me just get a quick sip of my coffee so I can be an extra best reader. I don't know if you guys were here last night when I had a sip of cappuccino, but I was like to the moon. Okay, hang on. Let me pop Logic back on stage there. Okay. Hi, gorgeous. So Boebert raised the possibility that the veto was retaliation for her vote to release the Epstein files earlier this year. I sincerely hope this veto has nothing to do with political retaliation for calling out corruption and demanding accountability. Americans deserve leadership that puts people over politics. On that vote, Boebert joins Representative Thomas Massie, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the Chamber Democrats to force the Epstein Files Transparency Act to the floor for a vote over the wishes over House leadership and the administration. Despite initial opposition to the bill, Trump signed the bill into law after it cleared both chambers of Congress with little opposition once Boebert helped unlock its consideration. Boebert's break with the Trump veto marks another notable scheme between Donald Trump and some of his most loyal allies in the House of Representatives. Her comments over the veto followed Marjorie Taylor Greene's criticisms of President Trump, what Greene says is as a departure from the campaign promises that were made on the road to the 2024 presidential election. So I think that basically sums up at least a summary of what's going on with the bill. I'm curious to see what Caroline Leavitt is going to say in regards to this, but at face value, I would say this is probably a very bad call by Donald Trump to do. That's just my opinion. I would like to see, if we're going to spend money, massive millions and millions of dollars on fraud in Minnesota, fraud in California, fraud going on in Ohio, fraud going on in Maine, fraud going on in Massachusetts, fraud going on in Rhode Island. Okay. We could shell out the money for just clean drinking water. I think that is pretty okay to do. I mean, we just spent, billions of dollars on an entirely new fleet. I would say that this is probably a bad call for Donald Trump, and this is going to be probably him taking a little bit of a hit on his political tally for that. I'm curious to see what Caroline Leavitt's going to say. Did you check to see if they're doing the press briefing today? If not, I can check on C-SPAN real quick.
So I don't see any. There's a placeholder, so I'm assuming it's happening at some point today, but there's just not a set time for it yet.
So, Washington Journal news headline: View callers for C-SPAN New Year's Eve celebration in New York City. By the way, everybody, happy New Year's Eve. I'm not seeing anything in regards to a press briefing laid out on C-SPAN. In fact, it looks like a very slow news day for C-SPAN. They have almost nothing on the schedule for like a press release or anything. So I don't think we're going to see much from that. But outside of that, like Logic, how is everything going in regards to the movement on the trans bills that are going on in your state?
I mean, we have some ballot initiatives that are going to get introduced, I hope. I've got to check and see what the status of those petitions are to try to ban GAC for minors here in Colorado and check that out. So we'll see what happens there. And then we know that next month, SCOTUS is going to be hearing 2 cases related to males and women's sports. So that's something that, I'll be following. But yeah, I'm just frustrated overall. I'm just kind of a grumpy goblin today, because for those of us who are fighting hard in this state, to be essentially what feels like slapped in the face by the leader of the party that you're fighting for makes it quite difficult to want to stay in the fight, if I'm being honest.
I agree. And sometimes, like I said, I think some of the advisors around Donald Trump are maybe not, I don't know, giving him the best advice. I'm not quite sure what's going on in regards to the White House and their decision on that movement. However, Donald Trump still does things that I don't always agree with. And I'm like, this was a bad move. We shouldn't have done that. But, we move forward and hope that they do better in the future. Now, is it going back to the House? Are they going to make some adjustments within the bill, or is he just flat out saying he's never going to
I
entertain
don't
it?
know. So, I mean, I think this is where public pressure could help. However, even just on my X post today, I'm getting a lot of pushback from the right, just dismissing this and saying, don't send funds to Colorado because they're a sanctuary state. And like, listen, guys, I hear you and I get it, but it's so short-sighted. We need every seat we can possibly get in the House in midterms. Midterms are at risk completely. And so even just from a purely political strategy standpoint, this is damaging to us wanting to like be fiscally conservative long term. But what I think will happen is I think Boebert will have to, she's probably going to try to seek 2/3, which is going to be extraordinarily difficult because it's going to put Republicans on record potentially going against Trump. And how many Republicans are actually going to do that?
Got you. So John asked, can we send donations to the live? I tried to figure out like a way to like do this. And I guess, because of the monetization, we're just starting off on Twitch and TikTok. Essentially what we could do is essentially, what is it? Cash App. So if you would like to donate to the show today, if you want to, there's no pressure at all. By the way, I have to say this for YouTube and Twitch disclaimers is that Twitch and YouTube do not endorse Cash App. This is simply, your own decision. But if you would like, I put the Cash App at the bottom of the screen. If you want to leave a message in the Cash App specifically, I will do my best to try to read it off periodically as we go throughout the day. And if it's easier for you, I think I did create a QR code as well. So here's the QR code up here at the top. All you have to do, it's very easy. You turn on your camera setting. So you just pull up your camera and then you go straight up to the QR code. It'll scan it and then you just press the link that is there. It'll bring you directly to the Cash App if that makes it easier for you guys. But thank you, John, so much for asking about that. Only if you choose to. So I just want to touch base on some of the detransitioners. And you know what I'm going to do, Logic? I'm going to see about going through that bill. I've been so caught up on trying to get everything set up for Twitch and YouTube that I haven't been able to look at that. Do you know the name of the bill? Like, it's Senate bill, right? Or is it House?
Wait, which bill are you referencing?
The Lauren Boebert bill, the water bill.
Oh, yeah. So let me pull up the actual name, but it is the Finish the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. Let me get the bill number.
Yeah, if it has a bill number, I would love to like read over it and see how many pages, if it's not like a crazy amount of pages, which I wouldn't imagine it would be. It seems very singular. So
it's HR 131.
HR 131.
Yeah, it's let's see.
Okay. And that's Lauren Boebert's, right?
Yeah, and so it basically, I mean, it's like one page from what I can see. It says to provide domestic water supplies to communities and households that do not have reliable access to domestic water supplies. The contract for the Arkansas Valley Conduit shall provide for payment in an amount equal to 35% of the cost of the conduit. That might have been, is this the original one? Hold on.
If it truly is for just water, I simply wouldn't understand what the reason would be for vetoing. And I really do think Caroline Levitt will have to answer. This looks like Arkansas.
It's the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. You can see the sponsors, Boebert.
Okay. Let me see. The text seems relatively, oh, this is very short. Are we sure that this is it?
Yeah, repayment of the balance not covered under subparagraph for a period of not more than 75 years with simple interest at a rate that is equal to 50% of the interest rate. That's all it does is adjust the repayment plan for these communities. And yes, the government would be foregoing some of that interest. And obviously dollars get less valuable as the years go on. But this would, I don't understand, because him passing this wouldn't have cost him any political capital.
I don't know. So I guess let's just take a look. So to make certain modifications to the repayment for Arkansas Valley Conduit in the state of Colorado, by be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States and Congress assembled, Section 1, this act may be cited as finished, the Arkansas Valley Conduit Act. In first section, A, subsection C, in second sentence by striking, or in the case of Arkansas Valley Conduit payment in the amount equal to 35% of the cost of conduit that is comprised of revenue generated by payments pursuant to repayment contract and revenue that may be derived from contracts for the use of frying pan, Arkansas project access capacity, or in exchange for contracts using frying pan, Arkansas project facilities, by adding at the end the following. So I would have to go look at the original act. Do you have any idea the number for the original act for this?
Man, those are going to be, this goes back to like 1962.
Okay.
So this, yeah, there was 1962. There was another one passed in, I think, 2005. Hold on.
I'll finish this really quick. To provide domestic water supplies to communities and households that do not have reliable access to domestic water supplies, the contract for Arkansas Valley Conduit shall provide for payment in the amount equal to 35% of the cost of the conduit, notwithstanding the reclamation laws or any other provision of this act. The contract payment shall consist of funding provided during construction for any entity other than the secretary, and based on the demonstration of financial hardship as determined by secretary, repayment of balance not covered under subparagraph A for a period of not more than 75 years with simple interest at a rate that is equal to 50%. Okay. By Secretary of Treasury for under 2C, including revenue derived from contracts for use of excess capacity in exchange for contracts for Frying Arkansas project facilities. Operation and maintenance, the contract of the Arkansas Valley Conduit shall provide for assumption by the contracting parties of the care, operation, maintenance, and replacement of the conduit. And in section 2B3A, by striking this section and asserting subsection D and attest. It seems so. One, I would have to go look at what they're striking first from the other law to make sure there's like nothing nefarious about the certain striking that's being taken out. But as far as the replacement portion of this, I don't see any specific problem other than maybe this part right here about equal to 50% of the interest rate. I'm not sure. I would have to dive a little deep on how much that interest is going to be. If there's a better interest.
The CBO estimated the cost of this like particular act being $249 million.
249 million? That's not a whole lot.
Yeah, that's
right. I would
bucket.
That's a really small drop in the bucket.
You look at it's like 50,000 residents, so I understand per resident that is a really high cost. The cost of this project overall is high. I totally understand that. The problem is I have not seen another viable solution to get these folks clean water, long-term that meets the EPA standards. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah, I don't at face value see anything particularly nefarious about this bill. So I, again, am kind of going to wait to see what Caroline Leavitt's kind of excuse for why this didn't pass or why he vetoed it specifically. And you can bet your ass that they're going to ask about that. I would almost guarantee that they're going to ask. So I guess we'll have to find out.
It's frustrating. I think a lot of it's going to be like, we're not going to send funds to a sanctuary state and we are committed to cutting spending. And I'm like, well, we just approved an increase in DOD spending. So how committed are we to actually cutting spending?
That's
come
true.
On. Don't paint me as a fool. This could help directly your voters, people who support you, get clean water. And honestly, again, there's this would have been a blip. No one would have been like, oh, Trump. Like there wouldn't have been backlash for this. It makes no sense.
I completely agree. And I think, again, like clean water is something that I'm more than willing to expend funds on. Like, I don't care if it's, a blue city, blue state, whatever. Everyone in the country needs clean water. That's just a basic necessities. So I would agree on that. So I really want to hear what Caroline is going to have for an excuse for this, because I really do think they're going to draw some backlash, especially if it's a Republican district. I mean, this is a Republican sponsored bill. And I mean, Lauren Boebert has been quite a advocate for the president. So again, I don't see the actual reason behind this, but I am going to transition a little bit, and I'm going to look a little bit deeper into that CBO report. You said they did a CBO on it as well?
Yeah, so let me see if I'll try to send it to you in Discord if I can. I've got to head out here shortly. I sent you the
No
original
problem.
bill name
Okay.
on Discord. It's the Frying Pan Arkansas Project Act of 1962. There was also some more funding given in the infrastructure bill most recently. Like there's been funding assigned throughout multiple bills because the cost has increased. But again, if they could just get it done, the cost would quit increasing. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I appreciate y'all. Hi, Lamb Chop.
Of
And
course. Did you want to stay for the detransitioner clip that I have pulled up?
Oh,
Because
yeah, I'll watch this for a second.
I would love to hear your thoughts on it. So
how is the community treat you?
I laugh because it's so comically awful how they treated me from the very beginning. Before I was involved with politics, before I was a public speaker, the moment that I detransitioned, I was human garbage to them. I was subhuman even. They told me, they immediately turned their backs on me. They were quick to blame me. They told me, this is all your fault. Don't put this on us. You were the one who said yes. You were the one who wanted this. You were a complete idiot for not knowing that you weren't truly transgender. So don't come crying to us, and you should shut up about this, because you might scare somebody out of getting the care that they really need. And you are a waste of resources. You were a waste of the love and support of your family. You didn't deserve the support of your doctors. You didn't deserve any of this. So stay quiet and stop being a problem. And they said even worse. There were people who were trying to compel me to retransition, people who were trying to tell me to kill myself even, just for the fact that I was going against the dogma. I stayed low for a little bit. I apologized to the same people who were abusing me, because I was a freshly traumatized 16-year-old girl. I had been bullied in school before, but nobody had ever treated me this horribly over such a painful part of my life. But after a while of being painfully isolated, I started to really think, the way that they are treating me is not deserved. I'm speaking to nothing but my experience, the way that I feel, and to reality. I'm going to speak up regardless of whether they want me to or not. And I just knew that there had to be other detransitioners out there, and very quickly I learned that they were in the thousands. And I'm sure that it's doubled, tripled, quadrupled over the years, the amount of us who are out there.
I would bet that over the next 10 years, we're going to have hundreds of thousands of people that are going to come forward and be like, I was sold this narrative. I was sold this, idea that I would be happy if I did this. And now you have a body that isn't even your own body. You destroyed it through hormones. You destroyed it through surgeries if you went and got surgeries. And then the community that so embraced you while doing this disregards you and throws you away like, oh, well, you're not one of us anymore, so be gone. You're not allowed to ever change your mind. So I've said this, it's a fucking cult. It has been a cult since the beginning. And I'm not talking about people who are lesbian, gay, and bisexual. I think it's a completely different category. You have sexual orientation, and then you have trans and gender identity. Those are two separate categories that should be completely separate here. The T should have never latched itself on to the LGB. And this is why I feel like if you ever go against the T community in any way, shape, or form and say the things that they are doing are actually harmful, you will be attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked.
I'm telling you, some of the most horrific threats and messages I've received are after I've done lives talking about sex-based protections and not allowing males in female sports, or advocating against the surgical transition of minors. Like the most insane attacks, like a dude literally talking about knocking me out, and he lives in my state. A dude telling me he wants horrific things to happen to my daughters. Like, these people are crazy who are just blindly supporting this and not even acknowledging the harm that is happening to children, y'all. Like, children, these are kids.
I don't think they care, though.
They don't.
I think that I think Big Pharma, in my opinion, has their hands really deep in this. Like, seriously deep. I think that they're making massive amount of money off these treatments. Psychologists are making a massive amount of money off of the therapy that comes with all of this. And not only just that, the family therapy that comes as a result of this, because the parents have to go to therapy to accept that their children are like going through this strange thing where, you know, we're going to give them hormones and we're going to like treat them as if they're a completely different sex. I mean, they have to go through all of that too. And who's picking up the tab? It's not the government that's promoting this, that's picking up the tab for this. It's the parents that have to come out of pocket for this ideology. So I don't know. I'm not loving it.
All right, well, I do have to run. I appreciate y'all. And yeah, if you need anything, just get at me on Discord and we'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Much love, everybody.
Have
A wonderful day, Logic. Make sure you're following her on TikTok. Amazing content creator. I look forward to seeing you when I get back on my account.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. And everyone have a happy new year. Talk to you soon.
You too. Happy New Year. Toodles. And just so everybody knows, I do plan on doing debates on TikTok while on YouTube and Twitch. I'm just simply going to get on my phone and jump into a liberal live and just watch them crash out, because it's typically pretty quick when they do that. So
it looks like have you been paying attention to what's happening in Iran this morning?
I have not. What's going on?
There's a revolution. They are taking back the country. The IRGC has been forced to retreat out of a lot of Iranian cities. They are yelling Shmeth to the current leader. They are wanting the...
Is this coming out of CENTCOM?
This is coming everywhere.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can touch base on this. Has Marco Rubio commented on it?
Let me try to see something.
I mean, if they do take back their country, I think that everybody should try to take back their country from a lot of this like extremist Islamic jihad bullshit.
They have not put out an official statement on this yet.
It says the situation in Iran has worsened. Riot police fired live ammunition and tear gas to disperse protests that have erupted the day before yesterday in response to the country's economic and social policies. Is the region witnessing a Persian Spring? Now, the thing is I don't know if I could show this on YouTube or TikTok. Not TikTok, but
YouTube?
Twitch and
Twitch.
YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could show what they're doing in regards to the returning fire situation, but it is good to comment on that it's happening. But I just don't know if I can show you guys the live footage like I can show you other live footages. But I did honestly want to touch base on kind of our own pushback in our own military. And this is why I feel like what the Seditious Six did was going to sow discord into our military and our ranks in the military. So I wanted to show you guys this off the top, because I'm just worried that this is going to be a continuing thing.
I have a message.
Sorry, that was a little bit loud.
For the American people. Last December, I encouraged you to give this new administration a chance. Time is up. Our government is compromised. Tyrants get promoted and patriots get punished. I am very concerned that we are on the brink of losing our constitutional republic to tyranny. We came extremely close during COVID, and it seems to me like everyone has already forgotten that it even.
Already what he's doing is a violation of the UCMJ, because you cannot be in uniform while giving political statements. So already I'm pretty sure this guy's going to get court-martialed.
I don't know what these people are expecting. Like they're really flying way too close to the sun, and eventually they're going to get burned by it, and hopefully they do.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, this person's gonna in the Navy, you would go up to mast. I don't know what it is for Army, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna get court-martialed.
Yeah.
There has been no rectification and absolutely.
By the way, this is absolutely correct. Hit the like button and get Millie out there. So YouTube works just like TikTok in the sense that you hit the like button, and I think you can hit it multiple times and it helps push you out to the algorithm. So if you guys are able to help with that, super appreciate you. Thank you so much, Scott, for pointing that out.
No accountability. The only way that I see we the people taking back our country is a ground-up revolution. We must abandon the America First movement as well as both political parties. I am calling for the God First, Liberty Second movement to be born in the United States of America. This will take at least 8 to 12 years to accomplish. We must first take municipal seats, then county seats, then state seats, and then we will take back our federal government. If the spirit of patriotism burns within you, you are called to the work. For many are called, but few are chosen. We need those who.
So this is the problem, okay? So now you have people in uniform that are running around being like, yeah, we're going to call for like a, revolution. We're going to take back our country. This is the problem that we said would happen if these people went out and said the things that they were saying on that silly little script where they were like, you don't have to abide by unlawful orders. This is the result of that. So people need to be careful about what they say and how they influence our military, because this was an administration that was put in democratically. We voted for this. We voted to have Donald Trump run the country, to run our military. And if you don't like it, well, tough shit. You're going to have to win an election. That's how this goes. I also wanted to point out, because this kind of caught my eye yesterday when I was scrolling through X. This person was a J6er, and I kind of wanted to touch base on what he had said because it had struck me as being super interesting. He said, I am the only, let me just pull this up on the screen. I am the only J6 defendant to win a motion to compel the government to disclose whether the man who pushed me into the Capitol had a federal security clearance. The government was forced to admit that the man who pushed me into the Capitol did indeed have a federal clearance. Okay. So this guy, this is what we're saying about, like, there are certain things. Yes, the riot was bad. Yes, I don't agree with the riot. Totally had me there. Okay. The riot was not necessary. However, I do think that there were agitators in this crowd that were pushing people to become more violent than necessary, or that they kind of like agitated the crowd to get them into a point where they were pushed into federal officers at the Capitol. Now, remember, how many was it specifically? It was 240 somewhat FBI that were present.
I believe it was somewhere right around there.
But the excuse for doing that is that they were going to quell the crowd. They were going to be there to like keep the crowd dying down. Now, none of that makes sense to me. The FBI is an investigative body. They investigate. They're not a riot crowd control agency. That would be something you would call like Capitol Police and National Guard would do riot control. So the FBI being there, just a little sus for me. But on top of that, being able to produce in court that these people had a security clearance is even more concerning. So I'm glad this guy was able to actually produce that they did indeed have a security clearance. So I thought that was really interesting to bring forth to everyone's attention. I wanted to also touch base on some of the fraud situation. I think we're getting a little fatigued over the fraud going on in Minnesota, but HHS did put this out yesterday, so I wanted to grab that as well. So just 1 second. And Cam Higbee, just to let you guys know, is on the ground in Washington State. So I think that we're going to see a lot of stuff that's happening in my state specifically in regards to fraud that is occurring there. But HHS made this statement yesterday.
Hello, I'm HHS Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment. Second, I've just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address at childcare.gov. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you. Let me be crystal clear. ACF expects every state to uphold the highest standards of oversight, monitoring, and accountability for federal dollars. Minnesota is no exception.
We're committed to holding bad actors accountable. Regardless of rank or office, anyone who's involved in perpetrating this fraud against the American people should expect to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Now, if only we could get Pam Bondi to do the things that she's supposed to do. And I know you guys might get fatigued of me saying this, but Pam Bondi's over here worrying about like state tuition in Virginia. I'm so sorry. I want her at her desk bringing the J6 Select Committee to heel. I want her grabbing all of the people who were perpetrating all of this weaponization against the DOJ, against Donald Trump and their political enemies. I want those people brought up on corruption. I have no idea how it's been almost a year. Where are the indictments? Where are the indictments for all the corruption that took place? Okay. Yes, I would even rather her be going into all of these other states to look into the fraud and as far as taxes. The guy that just got off on acquittal from the Sarah West case.
Yeah.
7 unanimous jury convictions found him guilty of the Medicaid fraud. $7 million worth of fraud. Got acquitted by a judge. Pam Bondi should be like, hold my beer. You got away from the state, but you ain't going to get away from the feds. Where is it? I don't know what she's doing.
I don't know why she has such a long leash. It's wild.
I don't know if Trump just doesn't want to deal with people being like, hey, maybe you made a mistake, and he doesn't want to admit that Pam Bondi, the decision on Pam Bondi was a mistake. But if he does not wake up soon about enforcing all of these laws and actually cracking down on the deep state that we are supposed to get rid of.
Yep.
People are going to be pissed, and people are already pissed. I can already see online people being extremely upset with the administration that they are not producing indictments on all of these people. That threw many people that were just standing there at J6 that got arrested. They need to do something. And Carrie Lake was actually very loud about this. So I just wanted to bring that up because I'm given the same energy, man. I understand the frustration because I'm frustrated myself. and then I'll go into some of the other breaking news. But I wanted to hammer this home, that we need to push the administration to get rid of her now before midterms so that we can get a new.
The corruption at my agency, the corruption at agency after agency, and there's not a damn person in handcuffs. Yet they dragged Roger Stone out of his house. They raided Mar-a-Lago. They attacked President Trump. When are we going to see some effing handcuffs on some effing criminals in this country? The American people have had it up to here, and we want some people locked up, prosecuted behind bars for the rest of their lives. We're sick and tired of it.
Yeah, well, I hear you. I feel you. I feel the exact same way. Hopefully every single American watching feels the exact same way. And that is the question. When are the handcuffs going to come out? You know, ironically, Governor Tim Walz, he insists that he worked for years to crack down on the fraud. And to think he was this close, Carrie, this close to becoming our vice president.
Terrifying.
The corruption at
Absolutely terrifying.
And again, I have to sit here and think, why was Tim Walz selected specifically? Why was this weirdo out of Minnesota after all of the other candidates she could have had as VP? She could have had Gavin Newsom as VP. She could have had, like, I'm telling you,
a lot of people as VP over that, man.
Why specifically Tim Walz? Okay. And I'm just wondering if they knew what was going on in Minnesota, and maybe that was the reason why he was selected. I'm not quite sure, but something ain't right. Yeah. I'm telling you, I have gut feelings about people, and my gut feeling is almost always right. So let me just grab this one really quick, because the Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, has found $5 billion worth of payment errors. So let me grab that.
President Trump's Housing and Urban Development Department, HUD, says it has found more than $5 billion worth of potential payment errors during the Biden administration. The department says it used advanced data analytics to examine rental assistance payments made in 2024. It says it found significant potential improper payments, process gaps, and material weaknesses. Up next, President Trump's Housing and Urban
5 billion. Billion with a B.
Billion
okay?
with a B.
Billion with a B. Like, oh my God. And by the way, thank you so much, Monte Beach, for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you, Jake, so much for the $20. He said, love your shows. Hope you have a happy new year, John. Thank you so much.
Love
and
you.
Cobra, he said, thank you so much for streaming today. Thank you for making this possible. I know it was a little difficult setting it up yesterday, but thank you so much for sending that over to us. I appreciate you. And we're going to keep coming in hard, even with all of the censorship. So don't you worry. I'm never going to stop producing the news. So I just 5 billion. Okay. This isn't even in the millions. So that, just to put this into perspective, the Feed Our Futures fraud was 250 million.
Yeah.
Okay. So like 5 billion, that's a lot of payment errors. And you, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say, like, I don't even know how this stuff goes unseen for so long and nothing is done. Like, either people are just blatantly turning a blind eye to this, or people are just this oblivious.
I think that's 100% it. I think that they were, because I think people were getting kickbacks is where I think this is coming from. So they don't care if somebody is dead and living in HUD. Because remember, Scott Turner, who is the secretary for HUD, came out and said specifically, we had illegal immigrants living in HUD. We had, I think it was around 9,000 dead people were in HUD housing. So that would either mean that the family took up for it, or they were allowing people to just slide in under that dead person's name. So that's kind of like the concern for me. Caroline Levitt was out on the news, I believe it was this morning, really quick, about whether or not we were going to convict people who were found guilty of this fraud and denaturalize them. And I think that they were saying specifically that these people were going to be denaturalized. And then I'm going to turn our attention to the caudacity of the T community to be running churches and ceremonies in drag. So it really is.
Does President Trump want those Somalis to have their citizenship revoked if convicted of fraud?
Absolutely. And it's something the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of State is currently looking at right now. It's something this administration has already done. And we know that there are liberal activist judges across the country who will try to block and tackle this administration from pursuing justice at every turn. But that's not going to stop the president and his entire cabinet by acting on behalf of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens in the state of Minnesota and in states across the country who have been ripped off by people who abused our immigration system, came to our country, do not love our country or respect our values, and now have been ripping off and stealing money from law-abiding Americans. This administration is not going to tolerate it. And again, this is a whole of government effort. We've surged resources. As you pointed out, the Department of Justice has already charged and prosecuted nearly 100 people. In fact, some of the buildings and some of the sites that Nick Shirley exposed in that video are under current investigation by the Department of Justice. One of those sites, the Midway building, resulted in 13 defendants already being charged earlier this year under the leadership of our Attorney General and President Trump. So that is definitely going to continue.
So these people are already under investigation. So they've been looking at it for quite a long time. And I wanted to show this comment by Amber. Amber says, Scott Voigt, that's what I'm saying. They keep arresting the lowest man on the totem pole and thinking we'll be pacified. I agree. I think that they're just like, yep, we're going to put some cuffs on this little guy over here. But never mind the governor who had all of this sliding under his nose. Never mind Keith Ellison that also had this sliding under his nose. Okay. Absolutely based. Amazing comment, guys. Thank you so much for your input. And I'm actually glad that I can do this on the restream where I could just grab anybody's comment and just put it up there. I think that's amazing. So great feature as well. But I agree that our tax dollars are funding this. When we see this amount of fraud, it's our money that went to this. It's your tax dollars. Okay. So that's what I'm saying is every time this happens, they're stealing from you, and they're stealing from you specifically. I remember I was speaking to my mom this morning when I was getting dressed. She's like, I'm not paying taxes. I'm done. I'm done with paying taxes. I'm like, yeah, I mean, you know, she's like, all it takes is just 1 million of us decide not to pay. And I'm like, that's a lot of auditing.
Yeah, that is.
She's like, they're not going to throw us all in jail. I'm like, I think they'll try. I truly do. They're going to send us to CCOT. That's what's going to happen. All right. So here is the caudacity of the churches that are doing drag now. And I'm telling you, I honestly think this is just like a spit in the face. And I think they're just like, how big can we do this? How ridiculous can we make this as an insult?
Yeah, how embarrassing can we get?
God's plan for the first Christmas was to trust shepherds, night workers, outsiders, people the world didn't take seriously. And if God were planning the birth of Jesus today, I'm pretty sure drag.
Amber asked really quick. Oh, nope, not that one. Sorry, moved up. She said, are you monetized on here like Super Chat and memberships? If not, how long does that take? It's going to take a while. The Red River Republic has been going on for almost 2 months, and we have not got monetized yet. So it's going to take quite a lot of time. That's why I said if you want and you want to help out, you can just, help out on Snapchat if you wish to donate. I have the Cash App at the bottom of the screen, and for YouTube purposes, this has to be this disclaimer. YouTube does not endorse Cash App. Okay, this is simply just, if you would like to donate, that's where you could donate if you choose to do so. Thank you so much, though, for asking, and I appreciate all the donations that come in today. So thank you, guys.
Queens might be involved too. Today is one of our drag Sundays, not as a spectacle, but as faith in embodied joy. We believe.
Good morning. My name is Kenny Van Sparkle, aka Christopher Leopard. I use the pronouns he, she, and they. Please join me.
Coming to a church near you.
Jesus.
If you would have if you would have went back to like the early 2000s and told them that this would actually be a thing at church, I don't know if they would believe you.
No, they would look at you like you were on
They'd be like,
a
no.
mountain of substances.
They'd be like, in no way this would be mainstream. Nope,
Yeah.
but we're here. This is it. I don't know. I'm not gonna play much more of it because I'm like, I don't know if it gets
Yeah.
worse.
Oh, I'm sure it does.
I'll let the chat decide if they want to continue to see the audacity of people that are pulling this shit at churches now. And I'll tell you, oh, let's see what Sparkle said. Any person that is a true Christian would not be sitting there watching that. I 100% agree. I'm still on my spiritual journey myself, but I do know that this does not exactly align with Christian values. And I truly do think that they're doing this as an insult, like a backwards insult to them. Kind of like how it's kind of at this part, it's like, how far can we push it? How ridiculous can we get it before we're going to get major pushback? And that's what they want. I truly think this is like a thing for attention. Like, I have to get all of this attention. And so this is how they choose to do it. I'm over it. It doesn't get any worse than that. I wanted to turn the attention to a video that I saw last night that I couldn't believe my eyeballs. Apparently, there was a stunt gone wrong at the Indiana Jones stunt show. And I know Lamb Chop and I laughed about this yesterday, but I have to share it with the class. I have to. So one second, let me pull this up.
So unfortunate.
This man truly thought that he was gonna stop this ball. Like he had all the great intentions of stopping this ball.
He really did.
He's like, yeah, I got this. Boom.
He got knocked cold out.
He took one for the team, man. He was like, hold my beer. I got this. I just one more time. This
is what I've been training for.
Hang on. I need this in slow-mo. Can I get this in slow-mo? Hold on. There we go. Woo! He's like, I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero to the end of the night. Here it comes. Got it. Boom.
It's so good.
Oh my god. Listen. Give that guy a bonus, okay? He took one for the team because
man deserves a hell of a Christmas or a holiday bonus.
Well, you know that Pancake said exactly what I was thinking. He was trying to stop the lawsuit. Here's like a ball worth like $30 million in lawsuits, just heading at a crowd of like fucking people that were at the theme park that day. And you know they were gonna get
that worker contract's about to hit hard.
He's gonna get the workers' comp. Let's go. Oh my god, that was crazy. I couldn't believe it, but all I could think of is like the I Need a Hero music.
I need a hero.
Yes, I'm holding on for a hero to the end of the night. All right, so just touching base a little bit since we kind of touch base on Disney. I don't know if you guys have been following the Tyler Chase situation, the Nickelodeon TV star that ended up homeless.
Super sad.
One of his co-stars back in the day from Nickelodeon tried to help him. And I think, in fact, he put him up in a hotel. Let me see. And he's unfortunately back out on the streets again today. It's been a really sad journey for him. And I think his parents said that he's struggling with drug addiction, obviously. But his friend did try to put him up in a hotel. And I guess he got a call in the middle of the night from the people who own the hotel being like, hey, the microwave is in the bathtub and the refrigerator is flipped over and he's not going to be able to stay anymore. So he kind of trashed the hotel room.
So sad.
Unfortunately, he's back out on the street. And this is what I'm saying is like people truly do need help. And I understand like asylums and stuff had a really bad rap back in the day, but I think the solution is to like reform it and make it more of a like wellness center and kind of like a forced rehab, because this isn't living. Like this is not living. This is not true humanity here to be like, you know what? We tried, so you're just going to have to go back and sleep on the street. So I would love to see good things happen, instead of just like, hey, we tried, we're just gonna abandon you now. So I truly do think these people deserve better than this, especially, and something's going on with these Nickelodeon stars, man.
Yeah.
There's something about the Disney stars and the Nickelodeon stars and these child Hollywood actors that they always end up in these weird situations. Look at Britney Spears, Amanda Bynes. Like Amanda Bynes has come out. She looks, you can't even recognize her. So yeah, I don't know. Someone said no debates here. I can do debates. So why don't you guys do this? Pop on Discord, kind of like a liberal live that I can pop into and have a discussion with, and I'm more than happy to go on one of my alt accounts. We'll try to find a way to kind of maneuver with the, I think what I would do is just put the platform TikTok up here, and then I'll probably just mute myself and debate through my phone, and we could do it that way. But we'll do a field trip here in a little bit. I just really do want to go over some of the other news. And I think right now I have news coming out of our State Department. So let me see if I can grab that. Ooh, which one? Actually, I'll do Marco Rubio, and then I will follow back with Scott Pressler because he's got more about the community in Minnesota with their voter fraud situation. So, and I've been following that rather closely. Where's our cutie patootie today? Where's he at? I haven't even heard from him today. I hope he's okay.
He hates us.
He hates us now. He abandoned us. All right. So this was Marco Rubio, and he was touching base really quick on, if you invite me into your home for dinner and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray paint your kitchen, we're going to kick you out. We're going to do the same thing if you come into the U.S. as a visitor. I think Marco Rubio is doing a great job as Secretary of State, in my
He
opinion.
is.
We revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We revoked it, and here's why. And I'll say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear, okay? If you go apply for a visa right now, anywhere in the world, let me just send this message out. If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing students, taking over buildings, creating a ruckus, we're not going to give you a visa. If you lie to us and get a visa and then enter the United States, and with that visa participate in that sort of activity, we're going to take away your visa. And once you've lost your visa, you're no longer legally in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors, and say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in. Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students into your country that are coming onto your campus and destabilizing it. We're just not going to have it. So we'll revoke your visa, and once your visa is revoked, you're illegally in the country and you have to leave. Every country in the world has a right to decide who comes in as a visitor and who doesn't. If you invite me into your home because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner, and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. But we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us.
Man, the more and more I hear him, I as much as I want Tulsi as VP in 2028,
I think
Rubio Vance would be a hell of a ticket.
I think Rubio Vance is going to be the ticket for the Republican Party. And we just got to hope that it's going to be better And I just want to know who the AG is going to be. Honestly, for me, it's going to be like, who's going to be the AG at this point? I need a competent AG that is going to deliver, because I am frankly done with the lack of delivery from Pam Bondi. And that's what I really am the most concerned about. So I do think that they're great on foreign policy and domestic policy, but I also want the delivery of the indictments for all the corrupt officials that are going on in our government. I just wanted to do a quick shout out. Thank you, Jimmy, so much for the $40 on Cash App for Happy New Year's. Red wave forever. Let's go, guys. I think we need a red wave in the chat, since we haven't been able to have one in quite a second. Unfortunately, we got robbed of our red wave yesterday. We were so close too. So unfortunately, I won't be able to do that for quite a little bit. But are you going back to TikTok when the ban is lifted? Absolutely. I'll be absolutely back on TikTok. What I will have to do is probably make like quite a few other accounts in order to deal with the amount of ban that's going to come our way. And I'm telling you guys now that once we get closer to midterms, and they did this to us during the election, people were getting banned left and right. Okay, you would get suspended for 7 days, and you would have to wait, and then you would have to like manage 6 accounts to even be out on the platform. So I will probably have to do that again. So I'm gonna figure it out, so don't you worry, we'll get to it, I promise. But we will be continuing the fight on TikTok. I will not give up. But I am just waiting for Millie Smoochies, my alt account, to come off of its, timeout phase. So we'll get there. Don't you worry at all. All right. So rapid response team. Hold on. Just wanted to point out the massive fraud that was going on, again, coming out of Washington State. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on this because, like I said, Cam Higbee is on the ground doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, he is.
So let me pull this up. Excuse me. In response to the massive daycare fraud being exposed by independent journalists using state websites, Washington State Senator Lisa Wellman has pre-filed legislation to hide information about daycares and their operators from the public. So it says the following personal information in any individual or entity licensed or certified by the Department of Children, Youth, and Families to provide childcare is exempt from disclosure under this chapter. Names, home address, global positioning system, GPS coordinates, personal telephone number, personal email, date of birth, social security number, TIN, which would be tax identification number, driver's license. That was interesting that they threw the license in there.
Yeah.
Personal bank account or direct deposit information, emergency contact information, any photograph of an individual that is not publicly distributed by a provider, and any other personal identifying information. This exemption applies to all individuals providing childcare and in licensed certified family home provider as defined in this law 432160110. So again, I think that this is an attempt to try to hide us. Iron Cowboy said, "I'm Jimmy, by the way, red wave forever." Thank you, Jimmy. Applaud in the chat. Ooh woo for that. Amazing. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Hope you have a happy New Year's. But I do think that this is a massive attempt, and you know that they're trying to hide it.
They're absolutely trying to hide it. They're trying. Listen,
they know.
I
coming.
am fully preparing Ohio to be doing the same thing in the coming days. And most other states, especially blue states, because they know this is inevitable at this point. It's going to be a full swing investigation in multiple states, and it's going to uncover a lot of fraud.
The problem is you can't hide from HSI.
Yeah, no.
Like Homeland Security is going to uncover this. So if you're not following Cam Higbee, here is his account on X. Be sure to follow him along with Nick Shirley. They're going to be your people on the ground that are going around and actually investigating and doing journalism. And in fact, I think there was a clip where CNN was like trying to come at Nick Shirley and just calling people.
Yeah.
if you could grab that clip for me because I wasn't able to grab it this morning while I was getting ready. So Cam Higbee puts out Somali fraud in Washington. Chloe Show and I spent yesterday investigating Somali daycares in Washington. Dagash childcare has received over 210,000 just this year. People living at the address claim that there's never been a daycare there, and we lay out the facts in this teaser. So it seems like Cam Higbee is probably going to be releasing his own video footage along with what kind of Nick Shirley produced. So he's probably compiling a bunch of videos, and so this is probably part of his teaser for that.
My decoy went up and she could hear people rustling around on the other side of the ring camera as if they were listening to her but not responding.
I put it in the private chat. It's a 3-minute 46.
Right after you
Thank
guys
you.
to see if we get the same response. And we sort of did. We saw the same thing, you know, the windows with vinyl covering, can't see inside. We ring the doorbell, but actually somebody responds to us.
Hey, is this the Gosh Family Childcare?
No.
It's not the Gosh Family Childcare.
No.
Okay, what's the name of the childcare here?
I don't know.
I asked, has this place ever been a childcare? The woman says no. But obviously, Washington state records tell a completely different story.
Yeah, this specific address is locked into Washington state records as a daycare.
Yeah.
It's locked into like the Google paid for the business.
Yep.
Is this address.
And it's up to date with licensing.
The numbers here.
Okay,
Kristen.
so we just visited Dagash Family Childcare. This address was confirmed online. They get $23,260 in October.
They have made $210,000 just this year.
And how many kids again is this place registered for?
Oh, that's the fun part. 3.
3 kids.
So this place are licensed for 9 children.
Okay,
But
this place is licensed for 9,
but they have 6 slots available.
Right.
Which means they only have 3 kids, and they've raked in $210,000 in tax money.
And neighbors say when we ask them, have you ever seen kids come out of this place?
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
Them. So this woman comes up. The people who live there actually texted her as a neighbor and asked her to confront us because they thought we were ICE. So the next question is, are they illegal immigrants? Why are they so concerned about ICE?
Jeez, that's another rabbit trail.
A total other rabbit hole. But what she said is, I have seen no evidence that there is a daycare there. She actually said, my husband and I were wondering how those people afford that house because she said the rent was $3,500 a month.
I haven't seen kids over there.
Okay, interesting.
I've seen one child over there, like when they have like.
So like this is Washington, by the way. Okay. So I'll tell you right now, as a resident in Washington, and I've looked in the real estate just in my fucking area. Okay. I'm telling you that a double wide trailer in Washington state will cost you almost upwards of $500,000.
That's
okay?
insane.
Like in the area that I live in, okay, the best you can do for like $500,000 is maybe a double wide trailer. And maybe if you get like an actual home, it's going to be like major renovations. It is not even close to being like a great standard of living. You're easily going to have to spend over $800,000 on a house to just get a regular house. Okay. So the house that they're living in, that easily is probably over $1 million home. Easy. Okay. So the mortgage on that, I'm going to question how much the mortgage is, because I would assume that either the state's paying the mortgage, somebody's paying the mortgage on that house. So if the state's covering the mortgage, okay. But if there's only 3 kids living there and the employees are getting paid, I would have to like break down the math on that really quick. So later tonight, I'll kind of go over that and see what we're looking at math wise for how much these people are getting paid to just watch 3 children a month. But my other question is that regular Americans and single moms are going about their life and day-to-day life right now, not getting free childcare.
Yeah.
Okay. They have to pay for childcare. So why is it that the immigrants get all of this free childcare?
Yeah.
Like what is going on here? So I would love to get a look on that. Someone said probably squatters, maybe.
Probably.
But I don't know if they're squatting because the state is covering that as a daycare is what they said, is that it had been labeled as daycare. So I guess we'll see. So let's see what the neighbor had to say.
Family things.
Right, yeah.
But no, I have not seen any evidence of daycare activity there.
On 9/11, 2025, they came in and they inspected. They found multiple long-term, short-term, serious, and immediate risks to children. That's in September.
This was a serious injury.
They were awarded $22,000.
So I reached out to the Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families, right? Again, this is the agency that essentially licenses, does oversight, does the inspections. I have yet to hear back. That's now in the state of Washington.
Yes.
What is the state of Washington's accountability practices now? If there are violations, how much time do they have to correct course? Does funding get stopped? These are questions that still need to be answered. What I want to emphasize, though, especially in our reporting, is that we're not alleging that every single one of these Somali-run daycares are engaged in fraudulent activity.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we went to some today that seemed totally legitimate.
Right. And the vast majority may be legit, but the ones that we've investigated and the list that we still have that needs to be investigated, there are concerning signs. We can't do this alone. There are dozens of places we need to hit up. We've just scratched the surface here in Washington State. A lot of these potential problematic Somali daycares are in South King County. So frankly, Cam, we can't do this alone. This is a call out now to the community, other citizen journalists, other volunteer sleuths who want to start following up. I mean, really, all you need is courage, some curiosity, and an iPhone to document what's happening at these places.
Yeah, and you know, don't show up.
Okay,
and
so
be
they
mean and harass people, but
just really quick, South King County is in Seattle. So it is like a little bit south of Seattle, sort of towards Tacoma. So like I'm in the northern part of the state, but they're like towards the like South Seattle, Tacoma area. So it's a very expensive area that these people are in. This is not a cheap area to live by any means.
Wait, did you see Christy's comment?
Christy, the address on Zillow.
Yeah, estimates $656K.
Okay, were you able to look at that address?
Christy, can you put the address in Discord so I can grab a screenshot of it?
Yeah, because I'm interested to see like how much that neighborhood is running for. Because
Yeah.
I'm like, maybe it's because I live on like an like close to an island that everything is like 10 times more expensive.
Yeah.
But in Seattle, man, the houses there aren't cheap. But it also could help that there is some like homeless men that take full ass dumps on the sidewalk. So maybe the appreciations of the homes have gone down over there. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Somebody said, I was awarded daycare assistance to the tube if 50-week back in the late 90s. I can't imagine what they award now. I can tell you just from looking into it myself, it was about $1,500 a child for me when I was looking at putting my kids in daycare. And so that's per child. So I'm like, damn, dude, like that's almost a mortgage payment for somebody to watch your kids while you go work. So you're barely able to get by with that, or you have to go to like a much, much cheaper daycare. So I don't know. It's really hard out there for single parents, but the fact of the matter is like, why are they getting the assistance for childcare and not us? In the UK, I pay €5 an hour. I think that's pound, right? So I don't know. It's gonna be. Betty asked, "How can we gift Millie?" I explained it earlier, but you see this banner scrolling at the bottom. It has my Cash App link. If you would like, if you want to make it even easier, I have a QR code for you, so you can just simply scan the QR code. All you have to do is just take your phone, you put on your camera. So you turn on your camera, you put your camera up to the QR code on your screen, and it will scan the QR code, and then you'll just hit the link and it'll take you straight to the Cash App if you wish to donate. Speaking of which, I have some shout outs to do. Christy, thank you so much for the $10. You didn't leave a note, but I want to say thank you. Happy New Year's for that. I appreciate you. Christian as well, thank you so much for the $10. Also did not leave a note, but I just want to heart that and reply. Thank you so much and Happy New Year's, you guys. I appreciate you for helping me out today. And don't worry, we will be back on TikTok, so it won't be long before we are back in action. But I am going to do a TikTok debate today, and I'll just host it here on the platform. Let's just see, maybe we can find a good Democrat victim to go, get up in their fifis.
So I just sent you a screenshot in Discord DMs. That is the comparative value of other houses that have been sold or are for sale in that neighborhood.
Okay, let's take a look.
And they're on the super low end of it.
Okay. So lowest end is 600K. Mid end is 725K, and upper end is 850K. So I'm thinking this is like much further away from the city. I want to see this actually on a map if we're able to pull that up on a map and then take a closer look. So we'll pop that up on Zillow relatively shortly here once we get that lined up. Let me jump back to, and I think that was the end of Cam Higby's video, but I did want to also play the video of the CNN reporter, and I think Lambie had pulled that for us.
Yes.
It's her, the one that's like, I'm just going to pick up the phone and call them and see if they're actually.
Yeah, this is the video that's going around that CNN has been pushing, so I'm assuming this is it.
Let's take a look.
From CNN, can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community, was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance. In the video, Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside. And there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a
There
daycare.
should be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on, for years.
And why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children? They're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
We're coming so we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Only one.
Have you seen the videos purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans say despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
You're saying that this is a fraudulent daycare. There's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the commissioner of children literally said a week ago this place was closed.
Did you know
They're
that?
showing face right now.
A viral video, disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
Whitney, you mentioned in your story that there were dozens of convictions going back to 2022. Can you explain what those convictions established?
Well, this was really the beginning of this massive fraud case that has now led to more than 50 convictions, 56 people at least convicted as of September of this year, Jim. At least 78 people have been indicted in that case. It was this sprawling investigation that, DOJ has really touted as their effort to try to root out what is a fraud problem here in Minnesota, Jim.
And then, of course, that many of them did begin a number of years ago. Whitney.
I do love that they tried to debunk Nick Shirley, and then they called all of these daycares, and only one of them picked up and said they're a legitimate business. So did you just backwardly admit that Nick Shirley was right about this, that these people don't answer the phone? And two, the daycare, the Leering Center, the Center for Kids That Can't Read Good, my situation is that of course they're going to show up with kids this week. They're going to be like, oh shit, we just got called out. We're going to have to get all of our children and take them to the daycare that we haven't paid attention to in
we
weeks.
Totally run legally.
Speaking of which, wasn't it the Leering Center that had that complaint for abuse?
Yes.
And that's why they were shut down, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me grab that really quickly. So
I'm almost positive it was that place.
Okay. Oh, I see this on the map now. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why. It's towards Tacoma. So 1 second here. Let me just grab this. Because last night we were talking about this while we were setting everything up, that there was a complaint that came through about fraud. And then there was also the abuse, I guess, that was going on in one of these daycares. And so that was, I guess, the excuse as to why the daycare was shut down. But now I guess has been reopened again. So I don't know. It's looking sus. So let me see if I can pull that receipt for you guys.
Actually, Todd Lyons is on. Hold on. Let me see what he's saying.
Okay. Also, I think that I heard that they're going to be doing 2 ball drops.
Yeah.
Today, so for 250th anniversary. Let's go, W America.
W America.
Top dog in 250 years. Let's go. Outbeating all of the other empires that have been established for so long.
Yeah.
All right. So Libs of TikTok, she says, oh my God, one of the 95 violations the Quality Leering Center received was for failure to report a serious incident emergency like death or serious injury. And so then I guess they pulled the report about the licensing number. It's licensing number 1087038. Quality Learning Center. It seems like whoever wrote this understood how to spell. And then so down here it says licensing review. It says see violations, licensing investigation. So they had 2 in 2025 alone. So 1 in March and 1 in June that they had a licensing review for. And then they had another investigation that took place in October of 2024. And at the bottom it says here, the program did not report a death, serious injury, fire, or emergency as required. Okay. So please tell me why they should ever obtain a license again. I'm just
they shouldn't. They should never be able to reopen.
Yeah. Someone said, Mike said, I believe in 2015, HSI started an investigation and then for no reason stopped it. I mean, that tracks for a lot of, I'm telling you, there's so many connections with this. I've been saying for a long time, okay? And this goes on both sides. With the Republican, it's always defense spending, okay? Yeah. That's how they choose to do their kickbacks, all right? And with Democrats, it's always the social safety nets. That's why they're always advocating for the social safety nets, always advocating for these healthcare situations, always advocating for these NGOs, always advocating for the USAID. And notice that when we started cutting off USAID, it was just bam.
Yeah.
You're just catching all of this internal fraud that's going on. That's why they did not want us to start investigating the money that was coming out of USAID. That's why they did not want Doge to go through. because I think they knew we were going to pull the blanket off on all of this. And
Absolutely.
I would to, in the sake of being even and a fair playing field, that if you were to investigate Republicans with defense spending, you would also find that in regards to these third-party contractors. I would almost guarantee it. Okay. So in the sake of being fairness, okay, I don't think it's just only Democrats doing this. I do think that we also, on our side of the aisle, have our hands in our pocket with some of this defense spending, because it always is about the money. I would like to turn our attention to the massive crash out. I think I played a little bit of this last night. I can't remember if I did or not, but I love a good crash out. I need a good chuckle. So I'm gonna grab that for us. Hi, Red Dawn. Hey, thank you, W in the chat, for Millie and the whole crew. Love you guys so much. Appreciate you. All right. And I think Betty asked if she had done all of that right. So let me take a check on that, and I'll let you guys see the preview of the crash out that we're going to look at. And then soon here, I'm going to be finding us a victim to debate on TikTok. So we will.
Yes.
All right. So Betty, oh my God, Betty, holy shit.
What'd she do?
Betty just sent me $100 on Cash App. Betty, you did
W,
not have
Betty.
to do that. She says, thank you, darling, for all that you do. We love you. We love you too, Betty. Can we get a W in the chat for Betty? That was amazing. I hope you have a happy new year, love. Thank you so much. Actually, we need a ooh woo. And I just got done adding all of my soundboards, so I got to get used to doing it. Ooh.
Ooh.
We love you. Thank you, Betty. And then Eric Hill also put out, he said, for $10 on Cash App, thank you for being HN New Year. Thank you so much. Happy New Year, everybody. Amazing job. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Christian, Jimmy, Jake, and Monte. Love you all. It is such a blessing to be doing this with y'all today. So thank you. All right, ready for the crash out?
Yes, yes, I am.
Guys.
This is not a safe space for MAGA. Not at all. Not safe.
Oh?
If you don't want me to attack you, don't fucking make a comment. You guys are so fucking blind and so fucking hateful that it is making everyone hateful. Fuck off. Do not comment on my shit. You
Commenting?
suck. You are the scum of the earth. You're below the scum of the earth. And for when any one of you maggots that do comment, I'm going to automatically report it. Automatically. I'm going to fucking flag it. Go ahead, give me a try. I'm not even going to fucking read what it says, even if it's, oh, I'm sorry, you're a little upset, or even something that's semi-nice. I am reporting it. So fuck off. This is not a safe.
I love that her hair matches the shirt.
It brings this entire thing together. It really
Like-
does. It pulls it all together.
You think she wakes up in the morning and has like 50 shades of purple in her closet that she like just pulls out like, this will match my hair
Like,
today.
ooh, this one. I'll wear burnt magenta today.
Well, listen, now we know why I got suspended off TikTok. It's because this woman and people like her are like,
Lord.
I don't care if you're even slightly nice. I'm gonna
Oh,
make
you're being
sure
a
that I
decent
report
human?
it.
Well, fuck you too. Good Lord.
I don't even care if you have good conversations. You're getting fucking reported.
Jesus.
That reminds me of like yesterday, the woman I was debating on the E. Jean Carroll situation before I got taken down. You know, she messaged me and she messaged me a fucking Bible, this woman. Let me see if I can
Bible?
read. It was long. It was so long. Hang on. I gotta show this
I
because
can't wait to see this.
it was hilarious. Okay. So hold on. Let me see if I can grab this. Where is it? Okay. First, her name is Karen. So
Of course it is.
obviously we know that's how that's gonna go down. She said, that was cool, dropping the live before I could dog walk you in her dreams.
You can
And
barely
I
walk your own
said,
dog.
I said that was cool, reporting my live so I couldn't embarrass you. And then she said, I didn't report your live. I got booted off and one of your viewers messaged me and called me a drug addict. And then she wrote like that. I don't even know if I could show it on the screen if it'll even pick it up. Do you see?
Oh my god, I
long,
see the text.
Do you see how long that is?
Oh my god.
Do you see? Do you see
It just keeps going. Bro.
It's a Bible. I don't even know. I don't even. Should I read it, chat? Do you want me to read it?
Oh, please do.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
I don't know if it would be worse than the chick that we just watched, but let's do it, okay? She said, I was raised Catholic, Republican, conservative. I went to private Catholic school through 12th. I was a Republican until I was 23. Almost my entire family are Republicans and half support Trump. I used to be super conservative, pro-life and all, but Trump is a joke. He is a deplorable human being, a racist pig, a rapist. The big, beautiful bill is garbage. The tariffs are ruining the economy. He has the worst ratings ever. Y'all are in a cult and are a racist, blinded idiot for voting for him. By supporting him, you are standing against transgender, BIPOC, disabled people, women. The list goes on. His administration is a joke. The Vanity Fair article was amazing. This is just like word vomit. You support what's happening at CCOT, which is illegal and unthinkable. We are sending millions there to torture people. These AI centers are environmental busts. $8 trillion is needed to rebuild them. About 5 years, and there are 10 being built. They don't even know if AI will generate that much income yet. Don't worry, it's still much, much long. Okay, here we go. A big bubble that will be ruin rural communities like the town I have over another house for 30 years. Billions and trillions exist. I don't even know what she's talking about there. She said that big beautiful bill is a joke. Okay, for the second time around. All right. Let's see. AI to diagnose Medicare patient pilot program staring in New Jersey next year. Come on, 3 exclamation points. Okay, so the come on is like extra loud. So I am all about border control and strict immigration policies, but what ICE has been doing in cities has been inhumane and disgusting. Trump is tearing down the White House for a ballroom. Also 3 exclamation marks. So super loud. Okay. He is not a king. I'm glad they admit that. So the No Kings Act was a lie. So thank you for conceding. He acts like a child. He is a disgusting, misogynistic, and that is a felon and a convicted rapist. Never been convicted. Okay. Yes, he is convicted. Oh, she doubles down. Okay. I wouldn't let him. Well, she said I would let him near my dog, much less any child. But I think she meant to say wouldn't, but didn't read her message before she sent it. Much less a child I know. He rubs arms with dictators. Brother, ugh. It's like I will throw Biden under the bus with you and even slam Kamala for a lot. And I am mixed bag with the past presidents because of my upbringing. Like I was raised to worship Reagan, but Trump is psychotic. He just lies. He flat out lies. My God. And
that's a lot of emotions.
My response was I didn't. Like, I could almost put money on the fact that that was the woman that fucking reported my live. I would bet money on it that she is worse than this woman right here. I would bet money on it 100%. All right. Well, so let me see. Do we have any TikTok lives that we want to go raid?
I think our senior Mideast correspondent may be joining us.
Is he alive and
well? He just DM'd me. He goes, how do I get into the YouTube live? I said, let me send you the StreamYard link.
Hell yeah. Let's go. Our cutie patootie finally arrives. Okay, one sec. I have a nice little meme for us. This should give us all a good laugh after the absolute crash out that we had to endure. So let me just
kind of crash out.
Bro. The 3 exclamation marks. You only need 1. You don't need 3.
She gives me the type of old lady vibes that like screams at the television while watching the news.
Her name is Karen. Okay, so we got to give her credit.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry, Doke Magalada, Minneapolis. Damaan, Shaabka Somaliyed, Ka Yamid, Mogadishu. Getaway, Hargeisa, Osaso, Edabo, Kismayo, Wahan Rabah, In An Hidin Shego, Minneapolis, Wa Magaladina, Wahad Kamid Tihin, Laf Dabarka.
Oh my God.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry.
Why is this so base? Because every time this man goes out on fucking television and he's mocking Jacob Ray, he goes out, starts speaking in Somali, and then he'll get to the English because we know who he's actually speaking to first, because those are his actual voter base, just to be clear. Does he have the link, Mideast?
I sent it to him.
Miguel says he sounds like Pootie Tang. Based. I don't, the memes just get better and better and better.
Look at the one. Have you seen that video that I just put in private chat of him saying how he dreams of visiting his friends in Somalia?
Oh my God. No, I have not, but we're going to take a look at that right after we roast. And Scott Jennings, man, this man needs a raise as the CNN correspondent. He has been just like psh, psh, backhand left and right, like that whole like sound bit that I do, the smack O. Hang on, here we go. Oh, that this man just does this left and right on CNN. Mideast is in here twice. His PFP is the kiss on the rose. Stop it. Oh, get up here, cutie patootie. He has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's play this really quick.
It's Democrats who have put Somali diaspora in Minneapolis at the center of their party and their state's politics. It's a small portion of the population. There is a bunch of fraud that goes on. And even Tim Walz has claimed that any investigation of this fraud is akin to white supremacy,
No,
which is
he
a
hasn't.
ridiculous
He has not
allegation.
claimed that. He has not said
He
that.
has said that.
He has not said that.
Nah, he's never said that.
No way.
That they're just as bad as the Candace Owens supporters. She never said that. She never said that. Okay, here's Tim Walz saying exactly that.
This is what happens when your own federal government wages war against you. This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy, the idea of white supremacy.
It's Democrats who have.
He never said that, you guys.
Nope,
it's just
never
gaslighting at its finest. Like, they just hope that you don't have the attention span to remember the things that they've said. That's what they're hoping for. They don't care. So they'll lie their ass off all day long. And speaking of the gaslighting queen of the universe, Candace Owens had to eat crow yesterday, and it was chef's kiss.
It really was.
Hang on, I have to get this. I have to get this concession video. It wasn't a video, it was a comment that she made. But she was getting eaten alive in the comments. Just absolutely torn apart. It was like blood in the water, shark fest. Oh God. So Candace Owens puts out update. Cabot Phillips has responded to my text to clarify matters. We weren't imagining things. His beard didn't magically grow overnight, as some suggested. He pre-recorded the segment a few days earlier, and then it was later released on the 8th. Not atypical for someone who goes on vacation. He did not coincidentally go away over an extended weekend, and not to Arizona, but to New York City with his brothers from Friday through to early Monday. Entirely unclear why he couldn't just respond to my text, since I messaged him in earnest before we published any claims at all. And it, like, she just gets 8. What is entirely unclear is why you keep insinuating that people are involved in Charlie's murder and then acting like it's their problem for not immediately refuting you. You are a fucking psycho. I don't know why someone else's husband didn't answer my text on demand. Holy shit, you're weird. One of her former supporters, Evan Kligor, because this man, I tell you, every time I would get on X, this man would just be hands down just solely defending her.
Throwing hands for that woman.
Yes, throwing literal fucking hands for this woman. And he turns around and says, "You mean to tell me you platformed a known fraudster, asked him questions fully well knowing exactly who he was going to accuse of seeing that have such evil implications, and you did without verifying behind the scenes?" And waiting for a response from the people he alleged saw before going and allowing him to say it publicly to millions of people, thus having your fans smear them. You quite literally prefaced your entire first segment about Mitch Snow with saying that sharing Mitch's story to the world would likely make the government have to admit they were in on Charlie Kirk's assassination. Do you realize how reckless you're being? I tried to warn you that looking into Mitch Snow's past 5 seconds, and you gaslit me for it and said it doesn't matter. You started a fundraiser. By the way, I think they raised like $200,000 for this man. You raised hold on. You started a fundraiser for someone who allegedly were trying to debunk the whole story for the whole time and said we cannot fully trust his memory. You asked your fans to give fraud money without privately verifying anything he said. Can you make that make sense? Are you going to admit that you got this totally wrong and you let so many good people get smeared for warning you and calling you out? Now you just laugh it off and move under the guise of bad lead as if you don't know exactly how your audience is treating these people now. Sickening. So listen, all she has to do is just come out and say, "Hey, I was wrong. Stop smearing these people." These people are getting absolutely attacked online, and I think that's my biggest problem with what's going on right now is that if she says an allegation against somebody, these people get dragged through the mud. Like they are getting everything about their social media is getting blown up. People are attacking them. People are showing up to their houses and their businesses and stuff like that, demanding answers. Schmear.
Oh, look who's joined us.
You love a good schmear? Where has our cutie patootie been? Oh my God.
He's been dadding super hard. That's what he's been doing.
Eric's Crystal said, "How do we send super chats?" I'm not monetized on YouTube or Twitch yet. It's going to take a little bit of time. But if you do want to donate, the Cash App is scrolling down at the bottom. I can also post out the QR code if it's easier, if you would like to donate, because it takes, I don't know, I think it's 5,000 watch hours for YouTube. You have to do 5,000
subscribers and 5,000 watch hours.
So 1,000 subscribers, 5,000 watch hours. So it'll be probably quite a while before we get super chats. But if you would like to send out a Cash App, I will absolutely read your message aloud for everybody if you would like. But Middies, where is our kiss from a rose? Where is it?
There used to be a grand tower alone on the sea. Love remains a drug that's the high, not the pill. But do you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that merely shines can be seen?
Let's go. Speaking of which,
have you ever been kissed by? Sorry, my bad.
Sorry, 1 second. So did you see last night they did a award thing for us?
Oh, really?
Yes. And someone has a fake account of you because I could have swore it was actually you in that live, but it turned out to be somebody with a fake account of you and a fake account of me. So we were nominated as best duo. And do you want to take a guess? Do you want to take a guess at who won?
Was it us?
No. It was Eat the Rich and Eat the Rich and I Have a Face for Radio. If you didn't think that was rigged.
Bro, they get like 60 people in their lives. Like what is that?
At best. 60 people on a good day. There's no way. So I jumped in there for a second and then I almost immediately like noticed I'm like, this is a fucking troll. So I was like, I'm out. But I thought it was you. So by the way, there's somebody with a fake account of yours. So be on the lookout.
Yeah, there's a few fake accounts of me out there that I've come across now.
Yes.
So that's fun.
By the way, guys, just to let you know, I will never message people like trying to get money out of you on TikTok. If somebody is messaging you, because this happens with OM, it happened with SK, it happens with me, it happens with a lot of big content creators. People will take our PFPs and try to message people to scam them. I will not message you about that. I will likely more message you on Discord. If you message me on my account and I respond to you, I may respond to you, but I will not like be like, hey, and try to poach you in that way. So if you do receive that, just know it is not me by any means. Okay, so Fang decided he was gonna go out and embarrass himself some more by saying specifically that he's gonna think and consider about targeting federal agents if he ends up becoming governor of California. So take a look at that.
What would you bring to the table as a governor of California? Well, you have immense powers as governor of California, and your responsibility is to protect the most vulnerable in the state. So if the president is going to send ICE agents to chase immigrants to the fields where they work, what I'm going to do is make sure that they take off their masks and show their faces, that they show their identification, and if they commit crimes, that they're going to be charged with crimes. If it's falsely imprisoning people, if it's kidnapping, if assault, battery, they're going to be held accountable. I also think if the governor has the ability to issue driver's licenses to people in California, if you're going to wear a mask and not identify yourself, you're not going to be eligible to drive a vehicle in California. There's a lot you can do, but most importantly, you have to go on offense. Otherwise, the most vulnerable in our community will always be on defense. What would you bring to the table?
I just like, how is this what you're running for midterms? You're going to start locking up federal agents? I'm telling you, and the federal government has said point blank, if we catch you putting your hands on federal agents, you are going to jail. And Pam Bondi better fucking buck up, because I'll be fucking damned if they try to go put the feds that are literally doing their jobs, try to put them in fucking jail. No. I tell you, the second that happens, that's the moment we invoke the Insurrection Act. I would bet that that's probably how it's going to be. Someone said, how do I reply to a comment? I have no idea, Duster. I'm not somebody who's really tech savvy, but I would bet somebody in the comments knows how to do that. So maybe if somebody can help him out, I'm not sure, but so Middies, did you see about the situation that's going on in Iran right now?
I have been MIA from the world all morning. What's going on?
It's a revolution.
It seems like there's some
Ooh.
major riots that are going on, and
Oh, it's
an
coming
attempt.
finally.
You think they're going to try to take it back?
I would put money on this, that this has been something that has been orchestrated. People that are against the government have been in contact with Mossad for quite some time. That's the reason that we've been able to, Israel has been able to, and Mossad has been able to infiltrate to the extent that they have, where they're.
Oh, you're breaking up.
I mean,
Mossad. He's trying to be.
I would
they're trying to
imagine that
silence
there's
Middies.
been. What's up?
You're breaking up. Your connection went out.
Oh, that's probably the IRGC doing that. No, so I mean, my guess is they've been moving arms and coordinating with people there, and they've been waiting for the right time to do this. So hopefully this is something that ends up being successful.
Do you think if they take it back, they rename it to Persia? Do you think
They
they make the
could.
name
They
change
might just
again?
keep Iran, because a lot of them are proud of Iran. The problem
Oh
is,
boy.
this is most important when thinking about Iran.
You're breaking up, my friend.
It's the IRGC.
We got to refer to them as the IRGC and not Iran, because they don't represent the Iranian people.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think I would like to see it go back to Persia, because it has such like long history. So, but that's just my opinion. I'm going to touch base on the CNN clown show that continues.
Make this about Abrego Garcia, then it seems like, oh, that's something that happens over there to this person that doesn't involve me. The key point here is ICE illegally held Abrego Garcia without a removal order, the basic legal document needed. And so when you look at that, it can happen to any of us.
And that's a correction, though, really quick. In 2019, he had an order for removal. The problem is that they withheld and paused the removal order because they needed to find a place for him to go to. So they said, we can't do internal relocation. Internal relocation meaning we can't find another city in El Salvador that we can send you to. Ooh. So we can't also send you to Guatemala because your family's getting threatened in Guatemala. So we have to, DHS was supposed to follow up with the court and be like, here's where we can remove him to. Joe Biden wins the election. They never follow back up with where they were supposed to relocate him to. What's up, Lamb Chop?
The House Judiciary Committee just released the 255-page Jack Smith deposition transcript.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, his testimony under oath?
Yeah, I just DM'd it to you. There's a
Do
tweet,
they have the audio?
They have a link. I don't know what's in here. Let me check. No, it's just a straight up text transcript.
All right, let's finish this and we'll pop over to that. That sounds really juicy.
Moreover, ICE just recently signed a contract. Yes, it can happen to any of us.
Are you
ICE
illegal
just
alien?
recently. I don't know what I don't.
not.
People aren't illegal, so
You're a
undocumented
citizen of the
citizens.
United
Well, if
States.
you don't have
He's
the
not.
opportunity, if you don't have the opportunity to fight to have due process, then how can
Is he an
anybody
illegal
say
alien
that?
or not?
I don't call people illegal aliens. I think that's a
Is he
slur.
an illegal? Is he in the country illegally?
Is he here undocumented? Yes.
Is he an illegal
But if I
alien?
may have the professional courtesy to finish my point,
Be
even
honest
more
about it.
concerned. I'm not the liar at the table. Believe me.
Be honest about it.
But
You're
I
lying
think
right now.
I'm not lying. But please, if you can give me the courtesy to finish my point, I think it's very concerning. Make this about Abrego Garcia.
I always love that they're like, nobody's illegal. It's an undocumented immigrant. You can swing it any way you like. It's illegal. That's why they're being removed out of the country. So it's always, the Democrats do this every single time. They have to repackage words to make it sound less than what it is. Every single time we have to do this. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm so tired of like, oh, well, we rechanged the word, so it doesn't actually mean that. It's the same when they start calling Black conservatives Uncle Tom. And then you're like, do you not realize that Uncle Tom is actually like the hero of that story?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, well, it's a colloquial term. And I'm like, is it though? Because you're meaning it in a way to be like coming at somebody sideways in like a sort of a vicious manner because people have the audacity to not be on the Democrat plantation. I just don't know how you could actively see Democrats trying to do racial gerrymandering in the South, get slapped down by the Supreme Court twice because they tried to do it in South Carolina and they tried to do it again in Texas. And the Supreme Court slapped them back twice. And then they turned back around and were like, no, we're okay with this. I thought that was the whole point of ending Jim Crow, is ending racial segregation. But now we're advocating it again. It just never makes sense to me. All right, let's dig into this Jack Smith. Do you have the link for that? Can you drop it in private chat for me?
Yeah.
That way I can quick access it. I'm interested to see what kind of questions that they ask. 250 pages. That's going to be a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if the chat's up for it. All right. Let me see. Redacted. I don't like redactions. Okay, so this person, okay. Already we're dealing with redactions. I hate this part. All right, redacted, good morning. This is deposition of Mr. Jack Smith, former special counsel. Chairman Jim Jordan requested this deposition as part of the committee's oversight of the Biden-Harris weaponization of the Justice Department, its misuse of federal law enforcement, sources for the partisan political purposes. Would the witness please state your name for the record? Witness Jack Smith, redacted. And you are joined with your counsel. I have them introduce themselves. Mr. Koski. Good morning, Peter Koski. Mr. Bureau. Lanny Bureau from Covington and Burlington. Mrs. Hunt, sorry. Lindsay Hunt from Covington and Burlington. Do me a favor. Can you research that law firm?
Yeah.
Let me know if they have any ties to like federal contracts, because that's what I want to look at. My name is redacted. I'm with the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan's staff. The court reporter will now swear the witness in. The reporter, raise your right hand, blah, 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 blah. I want to get to the questioning. Okay. Speak up, speak up. Raskin, talking to Raskin. Where do we get to the questions? This is just all swearing in stuff. Da, 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 da. Okay, on December 3rd of this month, the committee issued a subpoena for you to appear. We were going to mark this an exhibit. And then they're just going over exhibits, so there's no need to go over that. Okay, so exhibit 4. Let me make sure that I'm not just going to read out stuff that is not useful. So they're still just talking about the process. So you can see the written record. When the transcript is delivered, usually happens in 2 days, blah, 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 blah. Do you understand fully? I do. This also applies to staffers, blah, 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 false statements under threat of perjury. I do, I do. Furthermore, you can't tell half truths or exclude information necessary to make statements accurate, blah, blah, blah. Where are we getting to that? Do you understand that? I do. Is there any reason you are unable to provide truthful answers today? No. The federal rules of evidence and federal rules of criminal and civil procedure are not applicable for today's deposition. Likely, they might be an ordinary civil deposition under the House regulations. Ugh, blah, 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 blah. Finally, blah, blah, blah. Get to the questions. I would like to hit a couple notes before we begin. First, this committee is proceeding with this deposition today without access to Volume 2 and Special Counsel's report. Oh my God, this is so annoying. Can we get to it? Okay. And this is despite the 11th Circuit's ruling that Judge Eileen Cannon must address her order regarding Volume 2 by January 2nd of 2026. It might be obvious, but that's just 2 weeks away. President Trump and his co-conspirators have sought to prevent Volume 2 of report from becoming public, and including Congress. Recently, President Trump's petitioned Judge Cannon to continue keeping Volume 2 of the report under seal. That amounts to the gagging Mr. Smith today, preventing him from telling the committee about his investigation into President Trump's crimes. Specifically, these crimes include stealing, lying about classified documents he kept in bathrooms of his Mar-a-Lago house, and there's no reason at all to continue to keep Volume 2 under seal, besides, of course, the fact that Mr. Trump doesn't like what it says. Second, Department of Justice forwarded what appears to be investigative files and communications related to the special counsel's office to Counsel for First Minority just yesterday on Tuesday, December 16th. Another series of files came in Monday, the 15th. Now, I can only speak for the minority, but that gave us less than 24 hours to review all of these materials prior to the deposition. You guys have known since December 3rd that you were going to be questioning him. What do you mean? Okay, so Mr. Smith, I know that you requested a public hearing where the American people could directly hear from you in your testimony, but despite not being afforded that opportunity, I wanted to thank you for being here. We look forward to your hearing testimony. Mrs. Crockett, oh God. Fucking Jeff. K-pop Demon Hunter Crockett is questioning the witness. Here we go. For purposes for the record, Jasmine Crockett, Texas 30, is present. Good morning, Miss Congresswoman. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Can we just get to the questioning? All of this like schmoozing of who's there, I don't care. Department admonished Mr. Smith that he is not authorized to divulge information that is prohibited by court of laws, including which submit to federal rule and criminal procedure. It is our understanding from communications in the DOJ is interpreting the matter under Rule 6. We're still not getting to the questions. Can we actually get to the questions? This might be something that I might have to read like off air and then go back to this whole thing and give you guys.
That's fair. There's a lot.
There's a lot of like bullshitting, swearing in, people being introduced and all of this shit, going over the rules of the committee. That's going to take a long time to like filter out. So what I'll do tonight is I'll read through this whole thing and then I will grab the parts that I think are the most important. and then we'll go from there, because we'll be here all day reading through this transcript, because I'm only on page 16 and they're not even, you know what I mean? And they might even come out with the audio portion of this, which could be even better. But I will definitely read that tonight and give you guys the scoop tomorrow. So that's going to be a lot of reading. If not, we'll probably get a lot of the scoop like further throughout the day, that they'll touch base on some of the stuff that they found in this hearing. But I do want to read this. It's just, like I said, I don't know how long they're going to do all of this like filler stuff in it. So I want to make sure that I'm not wasting anybody's time. Speaking of which, we have Byron Donalds is talking about the SAVE Act again, which I think is really important to get passed. I don't know why Republicans are dragging their heels on this. This is very important for the security of our elections, especially with what Scott Pressler is finding out of Minnesota. So I wanted to show you guys. Byron Donalds said, the SAVE Act ensures only U.S. citizens can vote in U.S. elections. Last year, House GOP passed the SAVE Act, but the Senate Dems blocked us. 264 days ago, House GOP passed the SAVE Act again, but it is held up in the Senate. I agree with Senator Mike Lee. It is time to pass the SAVE Act now. SAVE Act, which requires proof of citizenship to register and vote in federal elections, passed the House in April. The Senate should send it to President Trump's desk for signature ASAP. Do you agree? Yes. Why is this taking so long to pass? And this is what I'm saying is like, I don't know what congressional Republicans are doing, but if they don't start delivering for the things that we have been asking for, all of them are going to lose their seats. Like every single fucking one of them that are dragging their heels on this, they need to go. We need fresh blood. Honestly, all of the people that have been in there for 20 years, those people need to be completely primaried, and we need new people in there. But we also need good people to run, is the problem. And all of this goes to like campaign funding, by the way. Whatever the rule that was put in place about the massive amount of funding that has to go into campaigns, that's what's holding people up. So you have to fundraise all of this money to even be able to get in there. So I think that we need some reform as far as like how to get people up there to begin with, to be able to even get on the ballot. And speaking of fundraising, we have again our favorite Rhino, Republican in name only, is out there fundraising again.
Again?
Do you want to take a guess of who I'm referring to?
There's so many.
I'll refresh you. He's like the biggest grifter of all time for this year.
Oh,
it's
again,
Thomas. It's Thomas
Massey. Yeah.
Like yesterday, I showed you guys where he was like, the deadline is in 2 days. I just need this amount of money. And so he's out there begging on X again. He's like, 644 folks have donated $41,000 since December 26. We kept our burn rate low, but soon we'll open a campaign office where volunteers can meet up. It's exciting, but it comes with phone bills, electric bills, and rent. Can you help by our December 31st deadline? Where are the names, Massey? Where are the fucking names? Like,
what's in the box?
What's in the box? I wouldn't be giving him so much shit if he didn't do all of that political theater and say that he was going to go out there and name names if the DOJ didn't produce it. So where are they? And then again, he comes out and admits, yeah, we never had those names to begin with. That's my problem with him, okay? If you're going to come out here and make this whole fucking spectacle, I want you to go out there and I want you to tell us who did this. And if you can't do it, then the victims need to come forth and actually get in front of a podium and be like, these are the people that did it. Just drop it. Drop the names. Who cares what the lawsuit's going to be? Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, I think Congress should just pass a petition and say, you know what? Let the victims come out and say the names. Whatever civil suit comes from the Epstein estate or all of these other people in regards to them dropping the names, we'll pick up the tab. we'll just be fine. We'll deal with whatever the libel suit comes in response to that, or the defamation suit, or the suits that come out of the non-disclosure agreements that they signed. Just go ahead and cover it and just be done with it at this point, because I don't know if we're ever going to really get the names. I don't know. So the victims, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to tell us. If you can tell it to a congressman, you can tell it to the rest of us. That's what I want to know. So I want to tune back into Scott Pressler because he's got a lot of information coming out of Minnesota, and he's specifically saying that he's going to go out to Minnesota to start combating a lot of the voucher systems that are going on. Yesterday, I touched base with you guys about the one person can vouch for 8 people, meaning they can show up the day of the election, say, I'm vouching for the addresses of these 8 people, and they can go vote. Okay. If you are an employee of a residential facility, you can vouch for an unlimited amount of people that are living in the residential facility. Unlimited. Okay. And so he laid it out yesterday. So he's like, if I have a residential facility that has 250 people living at it, you can vouch. If you are a residential employee of that building, you can vouch for 250 people to just come in and vote. Okay, so imagine like a Somali-owned residential facility, okay? And you have all of these people that live in your facility, and you can go, yep, I vouch for all of these people, and they can walk in and vote. Let me see. Lazarus said, are we expected to believe people who never proved in court that they were even victims? I'm not even sure. Like, that's the mystery about all of this, and there's a lot of questions in regards to which victims are actually victims, or like which people are coming forth for clout, which people are coming forth to get the paycheck. Because I'll remind you guys, in the non-prosecution agreement with Epstein that he did back in 2008, anybody who claims to be a victim of Epstein can come forth to the estate, claim that they are a victim, and they will get a check. That's it. They will have to pay out. All right. So it kind of puts us in a really like muddy water with Epstein. And I just really quick want to go over what Virginia Giuffre's testimony was when she was testifying in court. Okay. She testified that she was working at Mar-a-Lago. Okay, she was working at the spa in Mar-a-Lago as like the girl that goes in there. She folds the toilet paper into triangles. She'll wipe the basin bowl. She'll just make tea. Okay, so her job, and before I get to Scott Pressler, I'll just come back to this in a second. So her job essentially was just like cleaning and making tea, like kind of basic spa stuff. Like we had this back in the hair salon. You have an assistant that goes in and just cleans up stuff. They sweep up the hair, they wash, they shampoo people's hair and all of that. So that's essentially what she was doing at Mar-a-Lago. And she said that she was eventually poached. And the reason that she had a job at Mar-a-Lago, by the way, is because her father had worked at Mar-a-Lago already. So her dad was working there. And then she was offered a job there because her dad got her a job. And so that's how she started working at Mar-a-Lago. She was poached by Ghislaine. I guess she'd been working there for a while. Ghislaine poached her and said, hey, I see that you're interested in massage therapy, because she was studying to be a massage therapist. She said, we will offer you $200 if you want to come to Jeffrey Epstein's house if you would like to practice massage, and we'll pay you if you want to get like on the job experience. And then we'll vouch for you whenever you want to like enter into the industry. So then she goes over to Jeffrey Epstein's house. Ghislaine brought her there. And she said when she got to the house, they went into this spa room. She said it appeared to be like a steam room, and it had a massage table in the middle of it. And there was naked photos of women and girls all over the wall. She said there was like pornography all over the wall. And Jeffrey Epstein was on the massage table, naked, face down. And so she thought that she's Virginia never testified in court. She was actually able to be questioned, but I believe that was submitted to the court, though, that her testimony was submitted, or her affidavit was submitted to court. But this is just what she said in her affidavit, okay? So she said specifically that Jeffrey Epstein was face down on the table, that his butt was exposed, and then she was instructed to start massaging on him. And she said for about 40 minutes of the massage, it was like what she would consider like a normal massage that didn't get weird. And she said about after 40 minutes after the massage began, that Jeffrey Epstein flipped back over, exposed his genitals, and she, was taken back. She's like, I don't know if this is how normal massages go, because she's around 15 when this is happening. So then she was instructed to massage his whole body. And then Ghislaine comes over and tells her, hey, start undressing. And so she was told to undress, and she, I guess, undressed down to her underwear. And then Ghislaine came in as well, and she started undressing. So Ghislaine got naked, and then Virginia was down to her underwear. And so then she was instructed to massage him while doing like that. Then afterwards, she was instructed to give Epstein oral. And so then it was, she was starting to do like a BJ, and then he was, I guess, fondling her while that was happening. And then shortly after that, she was instructed to get on his lap, and you can finish the rest. Okay. So after all of that was done, they went into the shower. They all showered together. And then after that, she was sent home. And he said, if you want to come back, I'll give you $200 an hour if you want to come back. And so she decides shortly after that to quit her job at Mar-a-Lago and go work for Epstein full time. So that was really interesting. And that is true. Lazarus, who brought up that she did lose her case against Alan Dershowitz. By the way, this was actually mentioned at the Epstein press conference with the victims, because there was a reporter that asked about Virginia Giuffre losing her case against Alan Dershowitz, and everybody got really upset and like tried to shut down that reporter, and basically was like, you can't ask these questions here. You have to go. You need to get out. So I agree. Like, there is a lot of suspicious things going on about all of that. So that's just my take, and I wish I would have been able to be more in depth about that on TikTok, because I think many people don't understand what exactly was going on. But Virginia left Mar-a-Lago to go work for Jeffrey Epstein, according to her. Okay, so, and she claims that Donald Trump never flirted with her. She claims that Donald Trump never touched her, and that she never saw Donald Trump do that with other women. So it's hard to differentiate, people that you can trust about what they say about Epstein and people that you can't trust, because a lot of this is just allegations that can't be backed up. But what I do know is Jeffrey Epstein admitted to doing this in 2008. So he did admit in his non-prosecution agreement that he did do these things. So that's all. But I wanted to touch base on what Scott Pressler was saying in regards to the elections coming out of Minnesota, and the journalism about the fraud, and essentially what he believes to be voter fraud. So let's take a look.
And I have breaking news that I have filed an email with the Minnesota Secretary of State, and I have submitted a data practices request to get the data of registrants, of people that vouched, and how many of those 500,000 voters actually came about because of vouching. And that's breaking news. And I have breaking news.
Okay, breaking news. What is Scott Pressler using on his hair? I need to know what his hair routine is, because this man has like absolutely luscious hair. It's like silky smooth. Every time I look at this man's hair, I'm like, damn, bro, like what shampoo and fucking products are you using? Because this shit looks like a Pantene fucking commercial every time I see his hair. But he did touch base on some of the things that he was continuing to uncover. If I can grab that really quick. Was there something you wanted to add, Lamb Chop, before I jump in?
No. I was saying, yeah, his hair is insane.
Yeah. I want that shampoo that he's using. I wonder if he ever gets asked about that. Real questions. Okay, so he puts out, okay, so get this. Not only can Minnesota residential facility employees vouch for unlimited facility residents, but healthcare facility voting can be administered 35 days before election day. There's more I research in Minnesota, the worse it gets. Healthcare facility voting may now be administered starting 35 days before election day. So I'm telling you, like, the things that Scott Pressler is looking into, and let me see if he has anything new today. If you are not following Scott Pressler, you need to. Okay, get on X, follow him. His updates about this are going to be really on point. Like, this man knows elections. So that was a pin that he had at Mar-a-Lago. So 2 hours, he said, here's the entire segment from Fox News of me exposing Minnesota's vouching laws. 1 registered voter for every 8 persons that they can vouch for. 1 employee can vouch for an unlimited amount of facility residents. The vouch is proof of residency, no ID required. How is this legal? So it seems that they posted the entire thing. So let's take a look at that.
One policy outright allows registered voters to vouch for up to 8 people seeking same-day registration. But catch this, without an ID. And it goes even further. For those living in residential facilities like nursing homes, employees can vouch for an unlimited number of residents. Looking at past Minnesota elections, the amount of same-day voter registration is staggering, well, outside the margin of victory. Joining us now, conservative activist and early vote action founder, Scott Pressler. Scott, welcome to the program. You're on the ground a lot, and you love registering people to vote. But this is concerning. Not only are they doing it same day with an ID, without an ID, but they allow other people to vouch for other voters.
Yes, I want to be very clear. This is according to Minnesota state law that with vouching, no proof of residency is required. No photo or voter ID is required. If we were all living in the same neighborhood, I could vouch for you, Lawrence, and say, I know Lawrence, I know Will Kane, and just simply my vouching and you guys signing an oath declaring that you are following the law, you will be handed 2 ballots and you will be able to vote. And if I have 6 other friends that I vouch for, my 1 registered voter in Minnesota could get 8 voters. Now, what's even more concerning, and you just said this earlier, is that if I were an employee at a residential facility, according to state law, I could vouch for unlimited voters by simply showing proof of being an employee at the residential facility. And so thanks to Nick Shirley, we are now exposing potential fraud when it comes to our election system.
So, Scott, if we can't trust Minnesota to verify the businesses with billions of dollars, how can we trust them to verify if these people are actual residents of the state?
Correct. Well, that's why investigative journalism is so important. And I really want to break this down for a second, Lawrence, because a viewer at home might say, okay, what if 8 people are vouched? Could that actually impact a state election? Let's go back to 2008 for a second. Did you know that in 2008, 500,000 voters, or nearly 19% of all voters in Minnesota, registered on election day? And did you know that former Senator Al Franken was elected by 312 votes? So I'm not alleging anything on the program, but what I am saying is that this vouching system, which clearly opens the door for potential fraud, could swing statewide elections. And when you find out that Al Franken was the 60th vote for the Affordable Care Act, these voter fraud insecurities could open the door to very real consequences. And I have breaking news that I have filed an email with the Minnesota Secretary of State, and I have submitted a data practices request to get the data of registrants, of people that vouched, and how many of those 500,000 voters actually came about because of vouching. And that's breaking news.
It is unbelievable. A little bit more breaking news, Scott. David, the man who went to visit those daycare centers with Nick Shirley, says he has now filed a criminal complaint against Governor Walz moments ago. Let's watch it.
I filed a formal criminal complaint against Tim Walz.
You know what's really sad is that he's the one filing a criminal complaint.
Yeah.
And not our own fucking AG.
Correct.
Where the fuck is Pam Bondi? Yep. Like, I get it. Like, HSI, like Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is the one doing the shit out there. HSI is the one actually going door to door. Kristi, like, can we just, you know what? Take Pam Bondi out and replace her with Kristi Noem.
At that point,
like, watch shit get done. I mean, you can say whatever you want about Kristi Noem. She does the job, and she does it quick. And so what I'm having a problem with is that why a private citizen has to come through and file criminal complaints when our AG should be the one doing that at our expense. Okay. I just wanted to point out really quick. Thank you, David, so much for the $20 on Cash App. For love your show. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, David. Can we get a ooh woo in the chat for David? Thank you so much for the support. It should not be our own citizens having to file the criminal complaint.
For violating Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9.
When did you do that?
3 or 4 weeks ago. Recently,
Okay.
yeah. So there's an investigation ongoing, and I think Tim's going to have a bad day, and he deserves it because he allowed this fraud because he wanted the voting block that the Somalis represent, because they all vote in a block, and it's 100,000, 150,000, who knows how many. But it's so bad now that when we go to a facility, they're already screaming, Nick Shirley, Nick Shirley, Nick Shirley.
Unbelievable. Final reaction, Scott.
You know, Tim also was saying that Minnesota is the #2 state to retire in. I think that we're finding out that Minnesota is the #1 state for fraud and the #1 state for leering. And I just want everyone to know that we are going to be like a dog on a bone, and we are not going to let this go, and we're going to fight for the American people.
Yeah, I want people to go to jail, and I want the money back as
Not
well.
them trying to fix the
wherever
sign
it
now.
leads. Scott, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh my God. All right, I had to read this comment. So, Good MNC says, AI says using Moroccan oil shampoo and conditioner, followed by lightweight hair oil for shine and frizz, and styling with a blow dryer and round brush. I'm telling you, this man has chef's kiss hair. Beautiful. So that was Scott Pressler. So like I said, make sure you are following him on X. He almost always updates everybody on what the special elections are, because that's really important for Republicans. A lot of the time we are asleep at the wheel when it comes to special elections or midterm elections. This is the most important time now than ever for everyone to show up for midterms. Sorry. Excuse me. I keep getting sick every time my kids come home from school. I swear I have like a new plague. But this is the most important time now than ever. I think people do not realize what is at stake. If we do not win the next upcoming elections, we will very much, in my opinion, end up like the UK, where we have less rights. Oh, wait, Middies is on a different.
There's
Hello?
two of me.
Why is there two of you?
Well,
I
hello
don't know,
there,
you
handsome.
kicked me out, and I had to log back in, and I
I
saw
didn't-
myself sitting there again. It was so weird.
Stop it. I did not kick you. By the way,
Da-da-da.
Beth, if something happens, message Lame Chop. He'll get my attention.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing construction anyway right now for the day.
Look at you.
Out here in these
Okay.
streets.
I wanted to touch base on this crazy clip. As you know me, I'm like also in public curiosity about, I don't know, just the day-to-day stuff that goes on. So outside of politics, sometimes I like to show you guys these crazy videos. But this was like super insane. Take a look at this.
Down goes Middy's camera.
Uh-oh.
I have so many questions.
I saw this last night and I'm like, bro, I have to show everybody on the podcast because that was crazy. Car goes airborne, throwing female driver into backyard pool in Vegas. Suspected of drunk driver was not seriously injured. Did you see her fly out? I didn't see her fly out.
I didn't see her fly out.
Let's see this in slow-mo. Hang on. Need to restart this. I don't see her in the pool, but also the timestamp's kind of in the way.
Oh, yeah.
Is that her floating in the water by the X?
I think so. It looks like a body.
Oh, it is her.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Good Lord.
Is she passed out though?
I would have to assume so.
Do you know how lucky? Do you know how lucky she is that she landed in the pool?
I know.
Like, I mean, kind of luck, but kind of not luck, because if you are like, you know, like lose consciousness, I think there's a possibility that you could like unalive in the pool. The homeowner pulls her out. Oh, hold on. I need to see the I need to see this in full speed then. That's crazy. Imagine like this is your house though. If somebody just like drives drunk, takes out like half your house. I think they're moving. I can't tell. I wonder when the homeowner comes in and grabs her. Somebody in the chat says, "Hey Intel, what's up, man?" By the way, Intel, if you want to jump up, you're welcome to join us. You just have to ask Lamb Chop for the link. Or if you need the link, let me know. Yeah, he's in the Discord. Oh, wait. Oh, they're moving.
Oh my God, they're what?
Yeah, they're moving. I can see her moving around over in the pool. She's over like towards the shallow end. I can see her moving, but where's the homeowner? I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Oh, there he is. He's like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing in my pool?"
Does she just get up and walk away?
I don't know. I'm about to find out though. That's somebody else who's.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I was looking at.
He's still in the pool. He like kind of like I wouldn't touch her, to be honest, because I hate to say it, but some of these people that end up in these accidents at your home turn around and try to sue you, even if you help them. I would hate to say it, but first thing I would do is be like, I'm calling the police and EMT, and you don't look like you're drowning, so I'm gonna call the cops and let them handle it. Because sometimes even when you save people, they turn around and sue you for like the most ridiculous things. It's crazy. Wait, is there audio? There is audio. Oh, I didn't even hear what he said to her.
I know. Holy shit, Brian. I was going to be in this queue right now. I was almost in this queue. I am.
Holy hell.
Can you go around the other way? Yeah. Go that way.
She looks limp.
She moved though. I saw her get up out of the pool. He pulled her up and hang on, let me see. Bree says he pulled her out. He was getting in the hot tub and went to go ask his wife a question. So he's lucky. He said he would have unalived. It's crazy.
By herself? I don't know.
Is she by herself? Yeah, nobody checks if there's anyone else in the car.
We gotta get out of the water.
Oh my God. Bro, this chick is so lucky. Once upon a time I was in a accident. My sister was driving. We were on the interstate, and there was a semi truck had a blowout on one of their tires, and the tire came for the windshield. I was sleeping during the time, but during the time of I was 13 or whatever, I never wore my seatbelt. I don't know why, but my mom would always give me shit that I wouldn't wear my seatbelt. She's like, you need to buckle your seatbelt. And they always had to tell me. For some reason that day I put on my seatbelt and the tire came at the windshield and we did somersaults. And I said quite blank, if I wasn't wearing my seatbelt that day, I probably would have not been here talking to you guys today. But that's crazy. I really hope this woman doesn't turn around and try to sue though, because that does happen. I hate to say. Mideast, what construction's going on at your house?
I don't think she can sue from jail, unfortunately.
They can. I'm telling you, there's been people that broke into somebody's house and ended up suing. Believe it or not, that happens.
I'm building a Four Seasons room.
That's a large Four Seasons room, sir.
It's a big house, though.
You know what? Can I also be on MTV Cribs? You know what I mean? Intel guy, hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we certainly can.
I've
How
never
are you,
been on
man?
here. I'm good. I've never been on here before.
Well, today's the day. How are
Indeed.
you?
I'm good. Shoveling, lots of snow.
Oh,
can't
you're
hear
plowing your
Intel guy.
driveway? You can't hear him?
I can hear you.
That's weird.
Uh-oh. Technical difficulties.
Lamb Chop, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So it's just Mideast then. Got it.
Chat, can you hear him?
Intel guy, say Mideast is a cutie patootie so I can make sure I hear you.
Mideast
Oh my
is a
God,
cutie
stop
patootie.
it. Okay, so let me touch base. Let's see. This was on the mayor that is in Seattle, and then we have to touch base on Mondani because I'm pretty sure he also gave a speech last night about an AG that he picked for the city that was basically an attorney for one of the Al-Qaeda teists.
Did you see what he's taken the oath on?
No. Which one?
He's taken because he gets
The
indicted.
Quran?
He's doing
Yeah.
on the Quran.
Are we surprised though?
No, but
let's be honest. There was no hiding that this man was rubbing elbows with people who are our enemies. Which is I'm really surprised for New York that it really hasn't been that long after 9/11. We're only talking 25 years it took for them to forget what happened. So it's crazy. I don't even know how they made it there. But speaking of which, what are your thoughts on the Iran situation, Intel?
I already posted about this morning, and while I have hope that something substantial will come from it, past has shown us that
This is driving me nuts that I can't hear him.
past has shown us that this will not go anywhere.
Try leaving and coming back, Mideast. Maybe that'll fix it.
And even though the Iranian government, even though the IRGC is extremely weak right now, they're facing all the things, famine, water shortage, power outages. They got wrecked over the summer by Israel and the U.S. Until the people actually rise up and take over buildings and take over government buildings, and actually take over weapons facilities, this will eventually peter out. And I think that the reason why the IRGC is allowing the people to celebrate in the streets and play music and not wear hijabs and stuff is almost like a diffusing mechanism. Like they're trying to just let them play this out, get it out of their system, and then when everything later on in this year, they'll just if they have to bring the hammer down, they will. But basically, this isn't going to go anywhere.
They have taken control over IRGC bases and weaponry.
Where?
And people are claiming in Asadabad.
Until they do it in Tehran, it doesn't really matter, I guess.
I mean, fair.
Is really my point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just wondering what Iran would look like if it actually gets liberated, and if they do, are they going to change the name back to Persia?
I mean, that would be cool. I'm kind of curious what Israel would do, because their big enemy has always been Iran, and who's going to fuel the proxies? Nobody will.
Yeah, that's definitely a big curiosity for me, is like that's going to be kind of like a power vacuum, and whether that can go in a good way or a bad way, because we can still look at Syria and kind of be unsure about how we feel about the man that's leading right now. I know Assad was kicked out, and so I know that this guy had ties to Al-Qaeda, and I know he said that he had walked away from Al-Qaeda a while back and apologized for his participation. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's just kind of the nature of the world we live in. I still think that he has his ties to Al Qaeda, and when we look at like the activity that's happened in Syria, like when Israel went to go, protect the Druze or whatever their name is, and everyone was like, "Why is he trying to bomb Syria?" And it's just like, well, because Al Qaeda in Syria, regular forces are trying to kill all these Christians and all this other minority group, and people were just it confuses the ignorant, and so all that said, I think that he could become the new enemy if Iran turns. I just don't think Iran's going to turn, but going down a hypothetical, that would probably be where they would apply their focus if that guy doesn't play along with Israel.
So the Druze, it's really important to note that Netanyahu's life was saved by when he was in Sayat Matkal, was saved by a comrade of his in Sayat Matkal that was Druze. So not only does Israel have a very strong bond with the Druze people, but so does Netanyahu on a very personal level.
No, I think it's great.
Yeah.
It confuses the ignorant out there that want to blame Israel for everything.
Yeah. And they're stepping up for the Druze in a big way.
Right.
Well, I really do hope to see, because I honestly think if Iran was not as such a bad actor as it is, that we would actually be able to somewhat secure peace in the Middle East at some point. So, what's up, Lamb Chop?
The House Judiciary GOP dropped the 8-hour Jack Smith deposition video and audio.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna be listening to that while I sleep tonight.
It is already in your DMs.
So real quick before we shift any topics, I just want to emphasize the point that just like we talk about how the Democrats have the healthcare scam, and Millie, you've mentioned how Republicans lean on the military industrial base.
Yes.
Well, so that same is replicated in Israel. So if the military industrial base doesn't have an enemy, if they haven't been able to like shift their monetary gains elsewhere to say, like, I don't know, support for the humanities, real estate, other things, they are going to lose money significantly if there's no more enemy to focus on, right? So that's why I keep bringing up, like, I don't know if the IRGC is actually going to fall. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
there has to be an enemy.
That's true to an extent, but like, not to the same extent of as the United States. Like Israel has a very strong tech sector. Like
that's what I was getting at.
The majority of it, they have healthcare that they're huge in.
Right.
What were you saying?
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. And I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but you are hitting right on the point that I kind of failed to seed in there, which is this defense sector in Israel. If they can find another way to gain money, then they don't need the actual enemy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just need to be able to find another way to maintain their revenue stream. If that means they shift their manufacturing to, like you said, like the tech sector and different various, industries, and less on defense, or if they're able to sell to other countries that want to use Israeli products, great. But like my point is, like,
Europe would be quite a better buyer, because they're still operating on Cold War era equipment. Like, they have not upgraded their equipment in the least. I mean, they don't even have fucking aircraft carriers for the most part. Like, they have some aircraft carriers, but it's almost nothing compared to, like, our fleet would just swamp Europe. If America went to war with Europe tomorrow, and I mean like all of them, we would just mop them. So
which is why I think there needs to be there's probably behind this is all behind the scenes stuff, but like there has to be something in place for them to maintain profits so that they can accept the fall of the IRGC. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I did just want to comment on the Syrian leader, and I think this is really important to note. And this is why I think Donald Trump is being so successful in the Middle East compared to his, predecessors, is that he recognizes the power vacuum there. He recognizes the way that they actually do things over there. And it's peace through immense strength, not just strength, but immense strength. And being able to say that we'll do it, not doing things in a political way where you try to nicely throw things out there, say there's a red line in the sand that I'm drawing here, and then they cross it and they go and do their thing. With the Syrian leader, is he a former Teist? Absolutely. But the reality is, just like how Saddam Hussein, had we not taken him out of power, the Middle East would look very different right now. We wouldn't have as many issues in Iraq and neighboring countries as a result of it, because he kind of held things together. This leader of Syria, as much as I dislike him, is a necessary evil.
Right.
He's somebody that I think Donald Trump, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't.
Right. I agree with all of that.
I concur. I wanted to touch base on what is breaking right now. So according to the people that are probably pouring through the deposition of Jack Smith right now, it says former counsel Jack Smith undercut claims made by Cassidy Hutchinson, a former White House aide and January 6th committee witness. While testifying in a recent deposition to Congress, Smith told House Judiciary Committee this month he evaluated Hutchinson's explosive claims as part of his investigation and prosecution of President Donald Trump related to the 2020 election, according to the transcript published on Wednesday, which is today. Smith said that he had deficiencies because Hutchinson did not offer firsthand information. Asked during the deposition how he would have approached the cross-examination of Hutchinson, Smith said he would have moved to prohibit a portion of her testimony from being used. He said, quote, "If I were a defense attorney and Miss Hutchinson's were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude some of her testimony because it was hearsay. And I don't have a full range of her testimony in front of me right now, but I do remember that there was a decent part of it." Smith also asked about specific claims Hutchinson made, including that Trump was aware that some of his supporters would be armed at his rally and that Trump attempted to grab the steering wheel of his driver out of anger. Hutchinson was a second or even third-hand witness, Smith said, adding that the other witness gave different perspectives than her. We interviewed, and I think the people she talked to, we also interviewed, my recollection is correct, officers who were there, included the officer who was in the car, Smith said, and the officer that, if my recollection is correct, I want to make sure I am right about this, said that President Trump was very angry and wanted to go to the Capitol, but the version of events that he explained was not the same as what Cassidy Hutchinson had said. She heard from someone secondhand. Okay. Oops, sorry. Intel guy had dropped down. Come back up here.
Sorry about that. I didn't. I'm all new to this platform, so it's messing with me.
That's okay. I'm learning as well, so don't worry about it. So one, that's a big problem because hearsay information is not firsthand testimony. Okay, so likely that whole thing would have been thrown out had this actually gone to court. You can't have like a third party phone call evidence and be like, yep, this happened. That's not, and so according to the people who were firsthand witnesses, that was not something that had taken place. And I do wonder what would have happened if Trump would have showed up at the Capitol. Like if he showed up at the Capitol and told people to go home, do you think that this would have been a completely different story? You know what I mean? So I don't know. So Smith noted that a number of those things that she gave were on secondhand hearsay, where things that she had heard from other people. And as a result, the testimony may or may not be admissible, which is what I just said. And it certainly wouldn't have been powerful as firsthand testimony, literally verbatim. I should be an attorney. Okay, sorry. Hutchinson became a key witness in the Democrat-led January 6th committee investigation into the U.S. Capitol attack, testifying privately several times and publicly. Her testimony dominated headlines, but her claims became a point of scrutiny for Republicans who found the committee's work lacked credibility because its only Republican members were two vocal anti-Trump lawmakers, which we know as Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney, which are, prominent neocons at that point. Adam Kinzinger, I'm pretty sure, is just a fucking Democrat that ran as a Republican, if I'm being quite honest. Hutchinson served as a top aide to the White House chief as staff Mark Meadows in the final months of Trump's first presidency, giving her an inside look of internal discussions among White House officials in the aftermath of the 2020 election. All right. So that was a little sneak peek into what we are expecting to see from the deposition of Jack Smith. I think there's going to be some truth bombs going on. I want to know what his statements are going to be in regards to spying on members of Congress, because what is the probable cause for spying on members of Congress? Because the members of Congress were not at the White House talking to Donald Trump when they were discussing these things. So was it that they, stood up and were like, yes, we object to the certificate? Because that would be a wild claim to spy on them with for probable cause. I don't know about you, but, what are your thoughts on that?
I think I'm very interested to see what comes out. I mean, again, we have 8 hours? I think that video is.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, due to there are chunks I was kind of scrubbing through. There are chunks of off the record. So hopefully it's not any of that stuff.
Yeah, I have a feeling some of this stuff is going to be redacted.
Yeah.
Which we might have to look at. Hold on really quick. JJ said, so no field trips today. We can do a field trip. Who do we want to knock on the door of? Should I go select like a random liberal victim? Let me see who's available. Let's go find. So what I might have to do is go find somebody and then
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Middies.
I can hear you.
Nearly every word's
All right, let's see who we can find.
spoken out of the announcement that Jack.
Let's see. Need to scroll through until I find someone. Oh, nope, that's Tumblr. Not interested. There's someone beatboxing. Dating problems, ask any guy. Crazy work. Let's see. Muslims, I have a question. I need to find a Democrat live. There should be a section for just political debates.
I know.
This would be much easier to do. Adam Cray, by the way, I already debated Adam Cray and he blocked me after I debated him. He was a little pissy about that. Let me see. There should be a channel just for live sections. So maybe if you guys can find me like a creator that I can do quickly, you guys can send that to me in the Discord and that'll save me some time. LOL Tumblr. Yeah, I don't want drama, man. That's the last thing I want to deal with. So it's going to be a no for me. Mideast is coming up again. All right, hang on. I got to remove your other guy down there. Kick. All right. Are you there? Mideast?
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you now.
I can't hear anything you guys are saying at all.
Huh.
Is he accepting the mic turn on when he jumps in? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so you can't hear me at all. He can't hear us. Okay. Again, I think you would have to There's something going on with his studio. I'm just gonna kick him and see if he will restart. All right, let's see if people have anything from Discord about people who we can go debate. I don't see any links yet. Hang on. Nope. Not yet. When you guys show me like a live that I can go to, Polly is on and op. All right, let's go take a look at this. Why do you support Trump? Oh, I have to call in? Gross.
Oh god.
Calling in is so gross. All right, well, let's do it. Okay.
On a trip.
We're going on a trip. Lambie, can you go ahead and pull up his stream? And I'm gonna go. I guess I have to call him, which is silly. I don't like the idea of calling.
Yeah.
Is he gonna have my phone number? Because I don't know how I feel about that.
I don't know.
Can we find someone that doesn't have the phone number thing? Because the last thing I want is some random fucking person on TikTok with my actual phone number. So we'll see. I wouldn't call just me. I wouldn't call. I don't think I'm gonna call because I don't want people to have that. So whenever they find me someone who I can just jump up in a panel on, let me know. I'm gonna play this because this is the Seattle mayor.
So we're going to be reviewing the ways that the city is spending money, and I think we're going to have to do that given the size of the budget deficit. And I am not averse to ending spending on programs that were maybe well-intentioned when they were first implemented but aren't fulfilling their goals. So we're going to be doing the very best to be the best stewards of public resources we can. I do think that we will need to pursue new progressive revenue in order to fund our priorities and make sure that we're delivering services to the people
Progressive
of Seattle.
revenue.
And you know, there's several progressive tax options I proposed as part of my platform, and so we're going to have city staff looking into developing those into legislation. Don't know yet exactly what the timeline is going to be on that. So we're going to be.
I always love how they're like progressive revenue.
Can you guys hear me?
Is that
Now we can.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Thank God. Yeah, no, it was like not working for whatever reason. I couldn't hear you guys, and now I can.
Okay.
So,
good.
so is progressive revenue just code for the fraud we see? all across
Progressive revenue is going to be like, we're going to tax the shit out of all of you, but it's a really nice way of saying that.
And then also she said she's not afraid of ending programs. Well, neither was Melissa Hortman, and see what happened to her. So I don't know. Governor, you might want to watch out.
Okay, people said I can do star 67. Still works, but I wouldn't do it. It's regardless of calling is weird. It is weird. I don't know why people do the calling thing. Like, I don't know. Is it opportunity to just jump up in the box? Where are all the other liberal losers? Shani P.
They said Parker's live.
I'm not doing Parker today. The energy for that. The energy for his fucking base. And especially when I'm about to go back on my account in 3 days, I don't need any reason for those crazy fucking people to come over and keep reporting my live. So
I tried going up on Dean Withers live the other night. He was debating the Venezuelan boats. It kept referring to he kept referring to things that had to do with the Geneva Convention and Ors de Combatant, all of these different things that have nothing to do with the rules that law enforcement is governed on the high seas.
it was funny because Pants Party kept saying that Ors de Combatant wasn't a combatant. I'm like, you're still a combatant.
Yeah, no, you're definitely not still a combatant, especially when it comes to like stateless vessels, drug smuggling, and all of those kinds of things. It puts it in a whole separate category. And it's like really disingenuous to use the double tap terminology when it comes to it.
Okay, so is this woman a Democrat?
Myself. Okay, that's me too. Hi, Millie. How are you? What's going on, Mill?
What's the live?
Your family, Millie.
This happens to
Millie, I've been
me.
listening to you last couple of days. It's been very interesting. There's a couple of things that I have questions about, but you've
What live?
thoughts. So kudos. You hit a space that
Shani P.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, people don't know like who's listening in. in the comments. The panel's one thing.
I love every time I go into a space, people just instantly know I'm there. I'll be in there for 3 seconds and they'll be like, "Oh, hi, Millie," and I'm like, "Oh God."
You never know like who's listening or what one word can trigger for them to go research or learn.
She said she had some questions, so maybe I go up there.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. You can just share it.
That's really
Okay, you have it? Okay.
Yeah.
So there are some people, there are a lot of conservatives that I do tune into.
I need to remove this.
Not because I'm like, but because sometimes they do make sense, or they are learned, or I appreciate the research they put into.
I'm gonna have to like mute and take my
Sometimes
earphone
they're going
out,
on
so I
sites
won't
and
be
they
able
get
to hear
themselves
anything you guys say if
into
I
a
go up
place where
there.
they could potentially, go work at Anti-M. Hey, what's going on?
Hi, you said you had some questions for me.
I have right today. We were just talking about today how I'm keeping things just non-political today, just talking about stuff. But I wanted to just say that I was in your live the other day, and I did have a couple of things that intrigued me. Also, in a panel, I think we were on a couple of days ago. We just don't talk about names in here unless they're here, unless we're giving kudos. But I'd like to have a conversation with you if you'll let me up on your panel one day. That's cool.
Okay, so you don't want to do politics today?
I'm not today, just because it's New Year's and I'm just sitting here and my dog is not well and I'm just having conversation and shooting the shit with people who hang out. If you have a question, I'd be happy to answer it for you. If you have a topic that you wanted to talk about or something that's been on your mind, that's okay. I just hadn't really planned on having like a full-blown political.
Oh, you're good. I'm looking for political debates, so if you're not ready to debate on stuff for political stuff, I don't want to go balls to the wall with you. So
Go do your thing, but Happy New Year to you. And I
Happy
will.
New Year.
Yeah, I'll let you know when I come in, and maybe you'll bring me up if you feel compelled. Cool.
Okay, no problem.
Have a
You have
good
a great day.
Yes, you too. Thank
All
you.
right, later. Bye-bye.
I like that. That's cool. I like that she's looking for a conversation, and I'm just not. Today, we haven't talked about politics today at all. So
She doesn't want to be political today, so
but she's one that
off we go. All right, so let's see. Someone named Doug. Why do you hate LGBTQIA? I mean, I suppose I could talk to him about the T portion that I'm not a fan of.
I
What do you-
can't hear anything again.
You can't hear me? Can any of you hear me? Hello?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you.
Okay. Just not Mideast. Mideast, I don't know what's going on with your phone, man. You seem to be having some technical difficulties. All right, let's see if we can go talk to Doug about.
You gotta reshare me real quick or represent it.
Okay, this is him.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear what he's talking about first. For some reason, the volume's not on. You would have to put the volume on.
Oh.
That I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else. Yeah, Samantha, I see you. I'll mod you. Give me a second. Other than that, remember, guys, we are going to be rating Lainey. Okay, so
are they
make sure
ending?
you guys go into Lainey's live to.
Sounds like he's ending.
Rate her.
Okay. Someone said.
What a ding dong! He ends before he even says goodbye to his chat. All right, so then this lady. Why do you? Oh my God, her
is anti-Christian and anti-capitalist, anti-American. You're supposed to picture a masked extremist with a boom boom. But in practice, that language covers Jehovah's Witnesses.
Can I ask really quick?
Muslims.
Why does
Jews,
she? Hold on.
Atheists.
Why does she get to have a Klan's picture on her fucking background and not get banned? There's no fucking way. All right, this looks like a good one. Hang on.
All right, guys, let's take some bets. Over, under, crash out.
Okay.
I do not bet.
Ugh. All right, hang on. This jacket's getting stuffy. All right, let's go.
All right, but before you get started, I'm gonna drop back down and just listen. I gotta go finish the shovel job. I
Do your
also want
thing.
to I also want to let you know I'm gonna put together a TikTok focusing on assassin culture and the fraud in Minnesota and the big problem that the left has. So, anyways, that's coming up.
Hell yeah, man. Just let me know. I'll let people know. Shout
All
out
right,
to
very
your
cool.
content. Make sure you're following Intel Guy.
See you, buddy.
You do stuff on YouTube, right?
I'm not well, so I have a YouTube channel and I have like over 2,500 subscribers, and I've never really posted there, so I should probably start.
All right, man. Well, let me know if you do, and hopefully you'll be starting up pretty soon because I plan on doing this whole YouTube thing for a second. So
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to shift. Just gotta work it into the schedule. So,
but I'll be
all right.
back on TikTok once my suspension is up so I can get that account back. So
Oh, absolutely. You got that huge audience, and they need to jump on over, and they need to support you for sure.
I think it's gonna be fun. All right, man. I hope you have a great day.
All right, you too.
Later.
Happy New Year. Yep. Bye.
Happy New Year. Okay, so what's her name? Riot Maker?
Yeah. Riot Maker 94.
Darn it.
And yet you're treated like you live in the same ecosystem as atheist, as Al Qaeda, as
Oh my god.
the individuals
All right, hang on.
use terror.
Change. You just have to tell the truth about religion, money, or this country in a way that they don't like or doesn't work the best for them.
It's absolutely, actually exactly what it is. So all right, with that in your head, what Skip just said, in your head, your Muslim coworker, your atheist cousin, your friend who says, quote unquote, we live in corporatism, not capitalism. The vet who says, quote unquote, I got used. All of those people are now closer to quote unquote extreme indicators than there were 5 minutes ago. Let's go to the next move. Once they've turned your beliefs into flags, what do they do with that power? So if they can turn Antifa from a loose idea into a teist organization with a signature, what stops them from doing that to quote unquote border abolition, climate justice, or prison abolition? The Antifa order is the lab test. It describes Antifa like a unified, militarist, anarchist organization running a nationwide campaign of violent subversion. Everyone who has actually been around anti-fascist spaces knows that it is a fantasy. It is a tendency, not a corporation. There's no membership card. So why write it like that? Like, where are the headquarters? Like, who are the main members? I'm just saying.
As soon as Trump's regime pretends that it's real, it's a real cohesive organization, they can treat anyone vaguely connected to the idea as a real teist supporter. And they do the exact same things at the NSDAP that the Germans did with the Jews. They took a diverse group of people, flattened them into a single monstrous caricature. The Jew wasn't your neighbor, the baker, the doctor. He was a globalist parasite, a rootless cosmopolitan, poisoning the nation. Which, if you were listening, is the exact same language that Mr. Trump and all of his cronies use. And now the Antifa extremist isn't your kid's teacher who's anti-fascist. It's a militarist anarchist hell-bent on overthrowing America. They create the phantom enemy so they can hunt it, because suddenly anyone is designated a threat. Black bloc at a march, Antifa. Street medics in that crowd, Antifa aligned infrastructure. Some rando posting good under a video of a Triple K person getting punched in the face, they're an Antifa sympathizer. There's nothing to join, and so there's nothing to disprove. There's no evidence that it exists, so there's no evidence to say that it doesn't exist. They don't have to show that you ever signed up for anything. They just have to say you acted on behalf of this thing that was invented from nothing. They just proved you can criminalize a concept, an idea. You pick a movement people already fear or don't understand. You call it an organization. You slap the label teist on it, and you prosecute anybody who is in close proximity to that idea. And as soon as that works on Antifa, the template's ready. Next, it's eco-teism for climate, insurrection networks for indigenous land defense, extremist foreign-linked cells for Palestinian solidarity. Same playbook, same process, new target.
And is it Mother Pugger? I will be bringing up people shortly. Just a little patience, and I promise I will bring you up. And you too. Is it Miliaxon? Miliaxenon, maybe. The pronounce. Sorry if I'm chopping up your name. I will bring you guys up shortly, so that way if you want to debate and or discuss what we are talking about, you are more than welcome to come up, and I will be bringing you guys up. Please don't exit, because if you if you pre-request, then it just puts you at the bottom of the list. So if you knew that being at a protest where one person broke something could get you tagged in a quote unquote domestic terrorism context, would you still go?
How can they talk about all this kind of shit?
NSPM-7 tells joint terrorism task forces to treat vandalism, trespass, doxing, swatting, and
I'm
quote
so
unquote
confused.
civil disorder as a domestic terrorism priorities. Those things are already crimes. You do not need a terrorism label for
How
property
the fuck can they
damage
get away with
or
saying all of this on
harassment.
this app and have zero? What? You're muted.
It's because she has like 47 views in there. If she had like maybe 200 views, she might get flagged if Republicans reported her enough. The problem is like your prompt is, why do you still support the orange foe? And you're like sitting in an echo chamber fucking talking to other people. It's like, all right, I don't think she's gonna debate. She's gonna hold this off for a while. Who's this? Bree what? Log in for full experience. All right, hold on. I may need to log in to Google Chrome on something else. One sec. It's like I try to do a field trip and all of these leftists are like, I don't feel like debating. Then why are you here? What are you doing, weirdo? See if I'm logged in on this. Okay, so what's this one? Bree the Watch. MAGA, how can you still support Trump? All right, let's do this.
Who is it?
Bree that witch. So let's do that because I'm bored with this other chick. So she's gonna be sitting here like having a stroke off with her friend. All right. All right, our field trip is going to be getting underway. Don't worry, guys. We're going to get there. Yeah, breathe that witch.
But they might not do anything. They might leave. So, I'll say hi to them, but they might leave. I kicked one of them already before everybody else got here. Just different now. I'm getting there. Oh. Was that her backup or her main? That's her backup. I think. I don't know. I don't feel like I should. I don't want to deal with it. I don't know who you are, but I've heard about you. I'm not bringing up Dr. Airwolf. He doesn't know how to, he doesn't know what the 3 branches of government is, so I'm not doing it. What thing? Do it. Nah, I ain't bringing up Millie.
The fuck? The
I don't know
fuck?
who Millie is.
What
I
is
don't wanna-
happening?
She blocked me. She's
Bro, what the fuck is happening?
She knew.
Airwolf, I'm not bringing you up. You don't know
She
what
fucking knew. She's like, nah.
God damn it.
She's like, nah. She was thinking about it. She's like, I don't want to talk to the guy who doesn't know who the 3 branches of government is, but I also don't want to talk to the person who's totally gonna fucking cook my ass. And then I was like typing to her in the chat. I'm like, come on, guy, I'm a nice. And she fucking blocked me.
Wait, what?
She
What?
blocked me. She blocked me.
No.
That's what I was
Hold on,
laughing
I'm
about.
screenshotting the fuck out of that comment.
Yeah, I'm
Did
like,
you
come
see
on,
what
guy.
she said?
What did she say?
She said Millie is running from RJ.
Dude, I've gone into so many lives and I've specifically been like, all right, I'm here. Where's RJ? Somebody summon RJ. I'm here. He won't do it. Okay, let's see. Try this one. I love how they know who I am. They're like, is this her backup? Is this her alt? Like, why are you scared of me? I don't understand. I'm not even that bad of a guy. I'm a good guy. You know what I mean?
I'm a great guy.
I'm a great guy. Oh, Stephanie. Ugh.
Oh, not
Ugh.
Steph.
All right, let's see. Take a look. God, who knew finding a liberal debate to do today was going to be this complicated? All right. Log in for full. I already did. Oh, I'm on the other account. Okay, that's why. Copy. Oh, because I exited out. All right, hold on. Is that her alt? Or is that her main?
Steph's?
No, just the chick that was talking about debating me. I want to find like a 1v1. There's got to be somebody who's like 1v1 right now. Democrat Live here. Let's take a look at this. No, that's like a whole panel. Every time you do the whole panel, they'll just sit there and dogpile you and you never get to talk. So let's just see if we can find something that is 1v1. Democratic talking point 256. Millie running from RJ. That's funny. No, that's Stephanie. She's got like a panel of 8 already. Let's do Keep going. You need a secret MAGA final boss. Yes.
You really
Bree
do.
won't
You need
debate
to make one of
me.
those. You need to make one of those new accounts, just like a non-Millie named account, and
What if
just like fucking sneak attack people.
what if I just go and change my name and then go back in there and
Be
debate?
like that bitch.
Wait, I can't because she blocked me. That's why
Yeah.
I can't go back in there anymore, so it doesn't matter. I already tried to do Shannon. I already tried to do her. Not in that way though. All right, let's see what else we can get. Still, that Run Riot chick isn't taking peeps right now, so still gonna have to scroll in and find someone who can actually debate. Is there a section for live onlys? Red State Rhetoric is like, again, I just want like someone who's got a stupid MAGA prompt. Let's see, almost there. I need to go to lives only. Explore. Let's do explore. Can I just explore just lives? Is that a possibility? I need my minions to find me a good one. Let's see. Mezzo. Hang on. I think this guy is doing like a Christian debate though. Be kind of hard to do Christian debates, and I'm not like essentially Christian, so that'd be kind of a rough one to do. Let's see. Move this over. Close this out. Who dat? Christians debunked me. The Bible is with me. So no, that's like a Christian debate. I need something that's just like MAGA. Let's try this. Copy. And we'll drop this one off. See what happens. This is still the same like call in dude. Does he take people up on the panel? Because I don't think he
No,
does.
he doesn't even have an option.
Okay, so you can't do that one. Everyone just goes back to Shannon. I don't know that it's going to be limited pickings because of the fact that it's
Holiday.
probably New Year's. Yeah, people probably aren't trying to debate, which is sad. All right, there's got to be some silly person with a silly prompt. Maybe we'll go check back in on that one chick and see if she's done doing her echo chamber bullshit.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see. People are still sending me stuff. Maybe we have new ones. I have this one, but it's a panel. Let's take a look. Paste. Trump is a domestic teist. That's fucking hilarious. Though this is gonna be so.
Wait, who is that one?
Devil Dog for Life, 2.0. So let's go take a look. Devil Dog. Okay.
What is DEI, dummy? I don't give a fuck about DEI. I don't give a fuck about this.
Diversity, equity, inclusion.
If you didn't bring it up, then shut the fuck up.
Oh, this is already a crash out live. I can already tell. This is going to be a really
glorious.
fucking huge crash out.
Motherfucker, you voted for Kamala Harris, stupid ass bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? Guess what, you dumb Negro? You can't even say a name fucking right. And guess what, bitch ass raccoon? You can follow him too.
Oh
Okay,
my
bye-bye.
God. We are starting off hot.
This started off excellent. Neat.
Neat. These motherfuckers kill me, can't even talk. Fucking dummies.
It's funny, man, because these motherfuckers voted for a man don't even know he's the president of Puerto Rico.
I got you, dog. Hold on just 1 second, brother. You sound a little muffled, but let me get Robert. Robert, can you state your age and what brings you up, sir?
37 years old, Georgia Harris.
Appreciate you, brother.
I came up because these people so goddamn slow. They don't understand that they voted out and they talk about DEI or DIA, right? They voted for a man that's the most incompetent person to ever hold a presidency. This fucking guy didn't even know that he was the president of Puerto Rico. This guy fucking put tariffs on the toy company. Not only that, he put tariffs on on an island where there's a bunch of penguins. These people are fucking. They got some serious issues.
You know
about tariffs?
You know what, Robert? They are stupid. They are uninformed. And Miss Gator up above you, way up at the top, she speaks on it all the time. MAGA needs small sentences. Groceries high, gas high. If you notice in every live, they talk about egg prices low, gas is
About
low.
to be so good,
All
chat.
the motherfuckers do is drink gas, and eat eggs. Yep, and immigration. And you got people up in Illinois, up in Ohio. When I live in the state of Texas, talking about fucking immigration. I don't get it. Hey, dog, let me move on to dog. Hey, dog, state your age for TikTok purposes. What brings you up?
This is gonna be fantastic.
Hey, dog. Why, Army? Why?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
50. Yeah, I'm 50.
All
And
right.
I was just listening to the coon that you had on here earlier. I guess you got rid of.
Yeah, I can't. Let me tell you something. The last 3 or 4 days, the coons been out.
They've been out, man. It's coon season. It's coon season.
One coonette yesterday. She turned on her camera. It's one of Viper's friends. She turned on her camera, and she was sitting in bath water that was dirty as shit.
It was stew brown, like literally looked like a stew.
And I told them, I said, hey, leave her alone. That's a raccoon washing his fur.
Yeah. They do it once a season.
Yeah. She talking about I put vinegar and baking soda in my bath water.
Good.
Yep.
Are we gonna debate Trump? Is that okay?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Clearly.
I am.
Oh, okay, cool. I know you're ready. Hey,
I'd like to talk about tariffs because you guys seem to have a problem with tariffs.
Hey, I'm gonna let Miss Gator talk to you, let's talk about tariffs. Let's talk about immigration. Let's talk about him booming fishing vessels off the coast of Venezuela. Let's talk about him doing away with insurance for people, making it unaffordable. Let's talk about it all. Let's start with
tariffs.
All right,
Let's
state
start
your
with
age
your
for TikTok.
age for TikTok.
Yeah, go ahead, Miss Gator. No, go ahead, Miss Gator. You got it. I'm gonna mute up.
I'm 34 years old.
What state?
Washington.
Okay. And so tariffs, like what's the argument?
Yeah, so why do you guys dislike tariffs? Because it's a protectionary barrier for the economy.
LOL. Okay, it's also a cost passed on to the consumer, which is why everyone's struggling so hard, because you can use, and we do use tariffs throughout for many different things, but you don't just blanket tariff countries and call it retaliation when it wasn't that level before. You're not retaliating. Why? Since when are we in the business of just retaliating against countries, right? So we have a problem with this blanket tariffing, especially when he then meets with them, they give him a gift and he removes tariffs. Right. So we're not seeing big revenue from tariffs. They can't provide that anywhere. But what we are seeing is increased cost everywhere. And we also have companies that are shutting down and people coming up every day saying, I've had to shut down my business. I've had to shut down this. I can't afford the tariff increases.
But do
Okay,
you
so let's dive into
understand
it.
who pays the tariffs?
Yeah, so all taxes, especially at a business level, will be passed down to the consumer and can be passed down to the consumer. That doesn't mean that it always gets passed down to the consumer. So for example, in January of 2025, when Biden left office, we were at 3.0% inflation. So we are at 2.7 now. So please tell me where the cost increase is at on the CPI.
Hey, dummy, where was it before Biden got into office?
Can you actually answer the question?
No, can you actually pull up how the 2.7 was calculated when shit was removed in those numbers? And when Biden left office, it was not 3.0, ma'am.
Nope.
How much do you want to bet on that, sir?
How much you want to bet that the 2.7 is not calculated and Trump administration took shit out of there to make you think it's a 2.7? How much you want to bet on that?
I sent you a camera request. No. We don't want to see your face. We want to see your source.
Who told me to turn on my camera?
No,
but
we want to
somebody
see your.
offered me to.
We want to see your source, not your face.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, and that would be their CPI for January 2025.
Hey, Chief, go ahead and do that, Chief. I know you're up there, Chief. You're doing the same
So we
thing.
already have the statistics for a month that we're not, for January.
Right.
Okay.
We have month over month inflation.
Okay.
In fact, we have the difference between month over month inflation.
Gotcha. But I sent you the camera request so you can show us your source.
Oh, I'm pulling BLS right now. Okay. So if you just give me 5 seconds.
All right,
I
guys.
got you.
While she's doing that, let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's share this live out, guys. Let's get it going. Also, we have the Rose Gold. If we can knock that part out, let's get this party started right.
When she pulls the BLS numbers for inflation, can she make sure every category is populated?
There you go. There you go. Exactly, Hailey. They did not check every category when they came up with this 2.7 bullshit.
Yeah.
They selectively inserted about 4 or 5 categories that dropped. That is not an equal comparison. That is not.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my fault. That was my fault. Go ahead and you can turn it back on. But let's go to the BLS. Let's look at every category.
And walk us through, please.
Tell us what categories they left out.
Okay, so one, I'm looking at the CPI for January because host said that CPI in January was not 3%, correct? That was your statement?
Yes.
Okay, so this is from the BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics. They are the ones that do that analysis.
Let's look at inflation.
And so right here it says all items index increased by 3%.
Okay.
So we were at 3% inflation in January, okay? So can you tell me what the inflation was for the last 10 months?
I haven't tracked it over the last 10 months. No, I
Okay,
can't.
would you be interested to know that it never made it over 3%?
What I want you to do is show me what statistics show, as Hailey said, show the categories that made it 2.7. We know that it was incorrect, ma'am.
Okay, so what categories?
Let me ask you a question. How can inflation be 2.7 when unemployment is at 4.6?
Well, we wouldn't have had such a disruption with statistics if the Democrats hadn't shut down the government for 12 months, allowing us to not
Hold on. Hey, so let me ask you a question. You guys own, because you guys like to blame people, and you guys made a deal when the big beautiful bill was signed. You said, "Hey, Democrats, we'll talk about the subsidies in the ACA." Did you not make that agreement? And then
we did not
yes, you
agree.
did. You absolutely did. And then when it came around this time, remember Mike Johnson, you guys said, "Hey, we'll open up the government and we will talk about the ACA subsidies in January," which you lied upon again. So I want to ask you, if you have the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the presidency, how can Democrats shut something down when Donald Trump called for you guys to use the nuclear option?
Okay, so one, you need to have the votes for abolishing the nuclear option.
You do not.
We do not
You do
have
not.
that.
You do not,
You do
ma'am.
not.
You do not.
You do not.
Can I respond, please?
No, you just
did,
responded.
and you were told you were wrong.
You were told you were wrong, and so
About
you're
what?
not. So you do not need the votes for a nuclear option. That's the point.
You need a simple majority. You can't just turn around and
you have the majority. You have the majority. You have the majority.
Okay, but not every Republican is going to be okay with abolishing the nuclear option. I certainly wouldn't be okay with abolishing the nuclear.
No, we don't give a shit what you care about. We don't give a shit what you're okay with.
Well, representatives in Congress care about it because it gives
exactly,
Democrats the opportunity.
which is why. No, you can't because I'm speaking.
Why you're afraid to hear what I have to say?
Hey, listen, you don't run this panel. You don't run any of this shit. If you want to talk about inflation, that's fine. Inflation is not directly related right now, specifically to the cost of goods as well, which you like to leave out when you're giving your fucking statistics. You guys like to leave things out that don't fit your narrative. So right now you have an increase on goods across the board. Google that. Look at that
one, you're
shit.
incorrect.
So
the CPI
I'm not
gets
incorrect.
measured
It's up. So first of all,
you're incorrect about that.
I'm not incorrect about the price of goods being up.
Okay,
I'm not,
so
I'm not
again,
incorrect about that.
Pull up the BLS and month-over-month inflation. And
No.
Hold
on. I want you to tell me how many votes do you need to use the nuclear option now?
Need a simple majority.
Okay.
But
Was
Republicans
Donald
are not willing to do that.
that's not what I asked you. Did Donald Trump ask you guys to use the nuclear option?
Yes, he said that, but that doesn't mean that every Republican agrees.
So if you have control, if you have control, you can use the nuclear option, but yet you want to blame someone else because of something you didn't want to do.
Show me where a nuclear option's been used on a CR ever.
The nuclear option was used earlier this year.
Yeah,
by
for
you guys.
nominees, that's not the same thing as a CR.
So why did Trump?
I asked you a
Doesn't
question.
matter.
When
Stop
have we ever
moving the
used nuclear
goalposts.
option for CR, please?
Why did Trump want them to use the
That's not
nuclear
answering the
option?
question.
But we're asking you if Trump is the leader of the Republican Party and he's telling Mac Johnson to use it, so why not use it? It's available for that.
Really quickly, it's never been used for a CR ever, and that's
Then
why
why
I
did
asked
Trump-
you guys
why
that
did Trump
question, and
say-
you
why did
declined
Hold
to
on.
answer the question.
Let her talk. Go ahead.
Thank
It's
you.
never been used. It's never been used for a CR. The government has never been shut down for over 70 days. There's a first time for everything. So please stop talking about what it's never
did
been
that?
used for.
Who did that? Who shut down the government? Who
The
decided they were gonna shut down
The Republicans.
The Republicans that all voted
Absolutely.
to pass the CR?
Absolutely.
All the Republicans that voted for the CR 14 times?
Because, hey, let me ask you a question. Because you guys spreaded lies. You guys told the general public that it was in the CR, it was in there for undocumented immigrants to receive health care. Was that in that CR, ma'am?
Which CR? Senate 2882 or
matter because it
HR
wasn't.
5371? Which one?
They don't get
It could
health
be.
care.
Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on, Airborne. Hold on. Was it in any CR?
Yes, the funding that they were
was not.
asking specifically for ACA American Plan. Hold on, if you actually listen, the American Plan and the American Rescue
The
Plan
emergency room
subsidies,
is what you're going to say for the emergency room.
it
That's
still
all.
counts. If they go
It does
to the
not
emergency
count.
room, they
Those are
will get
emergency
their
life-saving
coverage.
services. So you're saying that somebody that's undocumented, if they go to one of our hospitals, should just die unalive, right there in the waiting room? They should just unalive right there in the waiting room because you know they don't have the right documentation.
They don't give a fuck.
They don't.
Okay,
So I'm
That'll
sure
go
you're
against the
you
doctor's
call yourself a
Hippocratic oath.
Christian.
Because
I'm sure you call yourself a Christian too, right?
I'm agnostic, so you can spare me the whole religious.
Hey guys,
I'm not buying the cookie
Hey
today.
guys, let's tap the screen. Let's tap the screen,
So
guys.
spare me. So
We have
anyway,
almost.
You're a heartless piece of shit.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Tap the screen, guys. We have almost 300 people in here. Let's tap the screen. Tap the screen. Let's share the live out. I appreciate it, Viper. Send me a follow. If you're a Trump supporter, please don't. But send me a follow, guys. I appreciate you. Trump is healing America. Healing them for what?
Letting somebody in the emergency room.
I'm sorry, Jazzy.
I'm sorry. It was made.
Go ahead. Let Harley and then Jazzy. You go ahead. State your age. Once he's done, state your age for TikTok purposes and what brings you up. Go ahead, Harley.
Saying that the example, the good example of watching somebody unalive in the emergency room, that would go against the Hippocratic Oath of all the doctors. So they will receive treatment. The question is, how many of these places are you willing to close for lack of money because of that happening? And two, host, did you notice when she said it's never been used against the CR, she not once at any moment in this time said it couldn't be used on a CR?
I saw a pivot. I saw that pivot. That's the reason I asked her. If you notice what I said, there's a first time for everything. Right. The government was shut down for what, 70 days?
No,
the longest
42 days.
42. Okay,
and
42
you guys
days, the longest
the
in
Democrats
history.
that voted to shut it down. They refused to pass a CR, and you guys deflect that. The Republicans should come save the Democrats from their own mistakes because they chose to shut down the government and withhold SNAP.
So
She's up here monetizing. She's monetizing. Drop her ass. She's monetizing.
Drop her.
Guys,
she up here monetizing.
If you understand what EMTALA is, that's different than health insurance for the undocumented. They have such a huge problem with folks that are undocumented being able to go to the emergency room to receive care. When I was stationed in Italy and I had to go to the emergency room.
Bro, so here's what they don't understand is that if you go to the ER, they cannot refuse you. So illegal immigrants can use the ER as primary care. The same with homeless people. Homeless people do it too. If they can't afford to go to primary care, they can go to the ER and they can get treatment, even though their life is not in jeopardy. They can still go there. I love how they got absolutely 8 on the 3% inflation because that guy said I was full of shit. And I'm like,
that Gator chick has nothing in her fucking brain.
None of them do. Every time I was like out there talking to them, they all started yapping like a bunch of fucking chihuahuas with a mailman walking by the fence. That's what it sounds like every single time they do that. So one, they said that inflation was down. So I'm going to drop this down really quick and put this up. I need to put this on this thing. I just love, they never last long against people who can actually debate them. They only want to speak to people who they think are stupid and easy to debate. So this is the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, okay? Right here. This is month-over-month inflation change, all right? So we started at 0.5% increase in change, okay? It was going up under the Biden administration. And then Donald Trump comes into office and you can see right here, it immediately starts dropping, okay? And I'll tell you why, because we got control over energy. We got control over the cost of gas, and control over gas actually plays a role in cost push inflation. When it's easier for us to transport goods, it makes the cost cheaper. So we even had deflation in March. And so when they say like, oh, the cost of goods were going up, what do you mean? We never even got to 0.5% rate of change with inflation. Absolutely cooked. So these people, all they do is, man, they cope. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they push like the burden on us to pass the nuclear option in order to just fund everything that we want. Every CR now that the Democrats want is going to literally get funneled through. So Blowing up the nuclear option comes with consequences. And I do not want to use nuclear option for CRs. No.
Correct.
The Democrats will literally pass everything under the sun. We will be sitting in massive amounts of debt. Understand that 100%. So it is the fault of the Democratic Party. They voted to shut down the CR. And they keep talking about the ACA subsidies. And I know I've talked to everybody in the past. What's up?
Trump just put out an announcement. We are removing the National Guard from Chicago, LA, and Portland, despite the fact that crime has been greatly reduced by having these great patriots in those cities. And only by that fact, Portland, LA, and Chicago were gone if it weren't for the federal government stepping in. We will come back perhaps in a much different and stronger form when crime begins to soar again. Only a question of time. It is hard to believe that these Democratic mayors and governors, all of whom are greatly incompetent, would want us to leave, especially considering the great progress that has been made. President DJT.
Let them have crime if that's what they want. You know the old saying that Marie Antoinette, let them eat cake?
Yeah.
Let them have crime. That's what they want. That's what they voted for. Let them live in it. Okay. They don't care. They won't care how many people unalive in their state. They will literally sacrifice whoever as long as they get the money in their pocket. They keep sitting in power and nothing ever gets done. The funny part about it is that every single person who runs for office in these blue states always promise, I'm going to get the prices lower. I'm going to get the prices lower. Then the next blue guy comes in. Oh, everything is so expensive. Well, the blue guy before said he was going to get the prices down, right? Oh, the prices didn't go down. So they go re-elect a new blue guy who says he's going to get the prices down. And then prices keep going up and up and up and up and up. I don't know. Maybe it's because you keep voting blue that your towns look like shit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because you keep voting blue that shit is so expensive. Here in Washington State, we have to pay for fucking grocery bags. You have to pay for grocery bags. It's fucking it's so stupid.
The dumbest
thing
ever.
It's all because of Democrats. It's the whole like green energy initiative, climate change bullshit. They say they're making things cheaper, but bitch, you're charging me to get a grocery bag. So many of us got blocked. I'm sure, man. They probably didn't know that was my alt account because they said, you know what's funny? Where is that comment? I need that comment really quick. I saw it a second ago. This one. He said she has 3,000 followers. Okay, so the Millie Exnon account is literally my lowest baby account. It is my newest baby account with 3,000 followers. My biggest account is almost at 40,000 followers, and it would have been well over that by now if I hadn't have gotten the violations that I did. So pray that when Oracle takes over TikTok, that they come in with a much better system to allow conservatives to actually speak, because if they don't, it's gonna be garbage forever. All right. Do we want to do another field trip or do we want to get back to the news? I'll let the chat decide. I wish I could do polls on this. It's kind of this is what I miss about polls with TikTok. So can we go back if he still has 300? Probably down at 50. Maybe. Seems like a lot are voting for field trip. All right, field trip. Okay, let's see who can withstand me for more than, I don't know, 20 minutes? I don't even think it was 20 minutes before they crashed the fuck out. The thing is that if you actually explain to these people the real purpose for having tariffs, I think they would be on board with it. If they understood that it actually protects the employment market here, this is honestly a pro-union policy. Like, this is kind of not really laissez-faire capitalism. This is a protectionary move for the market. This is Stephanie. I talked to Stephanie. She ended her live, so it's not there anymore. Let's see. Who else do we got? This one? Let's see. This is the same guy. Wait, he let Montana up in the box.
what the
so
fuck?
he is taking people in the box. All right, I'm gonna go jump in there.
Is it Polly?
It's Polly. Yeah. Let's
Okay.
see. Let's see if we can have a conversation. If you can go ahead and pull up his stream, and then I'll see if I can pull up his situation.
Able to even, have their lawyers. They weren't allowed to reach out to their families. All of these things are what I would consider an inadequate facility. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So again, you're bringing up all of these allegations, but you don't have any receipts for those.
Would you like me to pull some for you?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. Sure.
All of your little opinion pieces.
And which opinion piece have I brought up to you? Just out of curiosity.
You brought up several.
Yeah, just which one? Because I don't remember ever bringing in a opinion piece, but that's fine. I think inadequate would actually be an opinion, right? And that's what I was saying, because you think inadequate is is subjective, right? So I don't know how you do that without it. But anyways, new findings reveal human rights violations at Florida's Alligator, Alcatraz, and Chrome detention centers. Amnesty, the report, torture and enforced disappearances in the Sunshine State, human rights violations at Alligator, Alcatraz, and Chrome, Florida, reveal human rights violations that in some cases amount to torture, including at Chrome and Alligator, Alcatraz, with increasingly hostile anti-immigration climate in Florida under Governor Ron DeSantis, whose administration has intensified the criminalization of mass deportation of migrants and people seeking safety.
Against 3
and I can literally pull up the
traveling as a convoy. These vessels were operated by designated terrorist organizations.
This is the actual PDF article right here, which is actually
vessels were
a study that was done by Amnesty International.
Narco trafficking routes, and had
I didn't have it on the screen. Sorry,
transferred narcotics before or between the 3 vessels prior to the strikes. 3 narco terrorists aboard the first vessel were killed in the first engagement.
This is a 61-page study. Torture and forced disappearances in the Sunshine State.
For follow-on engagements, sink their respective vessels. Following the engagements, U.S. Southcom immediately notified U.S. Coast Guard to activate the search and rescue system of the Department of War.
Y'all, if you guys are here, please make sure you hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Turn on those notifications. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Fine. Showing that there was human rights violations.
Thank you guys so much for clearing that gift goal. I appreciate that.
You didn't hear a single word I said?
Yeah. Aren't there still like 1,200 people missing?
1,200 people missing?
Huh?
Yeah, I think I read
Really? I never heard of that.
Let's take a look.
I did.
I'm curious.
Oh, I thought I muted on mine.
Yeah, and it was the Amnesty International titled that supposedly tortured and enforced disappearance in the Sunshine State human rights violation of So I see where you read it. And this report publicly available, finding September 2025. The testimonies, on-site observation, and documented patterns of treatment, including sanitary.
Hey, Lamb Chop, can you turn down the live a little bit? People said the live is too loud.
And calls of individual documents. The key findings were unsanitary living conditions.
Yes, I'm in the box waiting.
To environmental elements, aspects, and blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now I see where you got it.
Yep. Here's another article talking about detainees missing from ICE database after entering Alligator, Alcatraz.
I just find it interesting that okay, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security published a statement saying some of the claims about Alligator Alcatraz were false allegations and hoax being circulated about the facility. DHS warns the false claims can jeopardize the safety and security and assert that the facility operates within the standard protocol.
I have no doubt of that.
Officials, including the Florida Division of Emergency Management and spokespeople for the governor's office, have denied reports of abusive and inhumane treatments.
Yeah, gotcha.
And
I have no doubt that the people that are putting them in those conditions would say that those conditions are good.
So what's interesting is that the Amnesty research were never granted access to Alligator Alcatraz. So the base finding, some of the base, they they based some of the findings by interviewing people that previously were detained and a third party source rather than a direct observation from inside the facility.
Gotcha. So the government who's putting them there isn't allowing people to go inside to actually check the conditions. And they're telling you, hey, guys, don't worry about it. Okay, it's all good here. Don't worry. There's absolutely nothing shady happening here. While the people that are actually being released from this facility are telling us the conditions of them. And I'm supposed to believe the people that are putting them in there, not the people that were literally serving time there.
So why should they be allowed to go in there?
Well, actually,
why should they be allowed to go in and inspect anything? What gives them the right to do so?
Gives them the right. It's not the right of the media. It's the right of the people, right?
Oh,
it's
the right of the people.
Right,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
When was the last time that you went into a prison or you went into a jail facility? When is the last time you went into county or a prison to inspect it? Well, do you know what's going on in Alabama or any of the other federal or state prisons? I mean,
Yes,
you guys
I
aren't saying
do.
shit about. Oh, okay.
And you know why I know what's going on in those prisons? Because the media is allowed to go in, right? And then we get to see it is true. Okay. The media is allowed to go in and be able to report on the conditions
It's not a wild pivot.
of this, right? It is that they're allowed to report on the conditions of it. I'll give you another example of why it is so important that the media is able to go into these facilities and also to be able to interview people that are coming out of these facilities and the guards and all sorts of stuff, right? Look at the 60 Minutes documentary that just came out, on the conditions at CCAT, where people, that were sent to CCAT by the Trump administration experienced sexual, physical, and mental,
can you turn it down a little bit?
Of their guards and of other
So while we're
inmates at certain
waiting
points, right? But
on
especially
this
at the
guy
hands of the
to
guards.
finish, my situation with this is that this guy is reading news articles. He's not even looking at the court documents because the court documents in CMV Nome is that they're actually approaching a settlement.
Correct.
So, like, one, they're not saying that there's missing people. They're able to, the whole CMV Nome thing is about them trying to make contact with their clients. And many of them do not actually say specifically that they could not or did not know where their clients were. And they did not dispute that their clients are actual criminals with convictions. So my problem is, and I'm just going to see if I can show this court document really quick to you guys while we wait for this. Montana's up there right now. I think she's doing relatively well. But I would just show him the court documents because this guy is reading just straight up news articles is my problem. So hold on one second. Pull this up. His problem was with the government sending U.S. tax dollars to send people there. Like, that's the whole point of enforcing immigration. We spend tax dollars on it. So just really quick, I'm going to pull this down, add this really quick so that I can show you guys the court documents in reference to the CMV Nome case. They're literally on the verge of approaching a settlement. I have to go to the second page, by the way, because this is a very, very long court case. But they're still in the process of coming to a settlement. So they're literally having a settlement conference in December. So I'm sure by January, they're going to reach the settlement. And all they're simply asking is they want to do an inspection of the facility, which the state said you're fine to inspect the facility, but you need to actually book an appointment to do that. So here's the unopposed motion. See if I can go in really quickly. After the recent settlement conference, the court instructed the parties to confer and file a joint status report. The parties' position on the form and scope of hearing decide the plaintiff's pending motion for preliminary injunction and motion for class certification, all undisputed facts to which parties can stipulate before the forthcoming hearing, and 3, whether the court should take a site visit to Alligator Alcatraz detention facility, the court's authority for conducting a site visit, and the proposed procedures for such a visit. The court also asked parties to suggest dates for their firsthand item, and the parties filed a JSR with all of the information requested. In addition, plaintiffs informed the court that they plan to conduct a party visit under the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. I wanted to make sure I didn't get pulled up yet, with purported expert and proposed to speak confidently with punitive class members and facility staff about conditions at the facility, okay? They're not saying that their people are missing or that their clients are missing. Their concern is that they think that conditions there are unfair. So this whole thing is about like them coming in and doing an inspection at the facility. So they said that thus the state defendants request an opportunity to address these new requests, and the plaintiffs prefer authority for the court site visit before the court issues an order and setting a hearing schedule. Okay. Now, the state and defendants conferred with the plaintiff and the federal defendants on this request. Neither oppose the request. Okay. So the state is saying, sure, you can come in and do an inspection. But the court is not ruling that anyone is specifically missing, which is what he's lying about. So I'll put him back on the stage so we can listen to the crash out further. You can turn it up if you want.
Sorry, he was literally, there is a video that I saw this video myself and everyone on my live saw this video where he was stopped in Tennessee and he had all of those people in the van. These people did not have any documentation. They did not have any, they didn't have a driver's license. They couldn't speak English, right? He was actually stopped with a suspended driver's license, and then for some forsaken reason, the FBI was called for this traffic stop, and they let him go. What are you talking about?
You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, it's kind of crazy how the police were called in. The FBI was called in. And they let him go. Does that maybe make you think for just a
It wasn't the
second
FBI, it was
wasn't human
HSI that
trafficking?
did the
If
investigation
the
into
FBI
him.
looked at all the evidence and they were actually at the ground. No, I'm just saying it is. Don't like. Let's use our processing brain here. Let's do this, okay? If the FBI was called in,
The same HSI that let a teist run around in our country, who then again ended up shooting a National Guardsman in DC. That was let in by the Biden administration under Operation Allies
You
Welcome.
watching a video third hand doesn't give you all the information.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm telling you that this. So you're trying to tell me that Garcia was not trafficking people.
I am trying to tell you that there has literally been no evidence produced in a court of law to show that he was. At all. There has been zero evidence.
And Maryland. That's crazy.
You know, they do prosecute criminals in Maryland, right? By the way, he's not.
I don't want to criminally prosecute him, though. If we criminally prosecute Abrego Garcia, then they
brought him back. They
in
brought him
America
back to Maryland
on our taxpayer dollar. I don't want him to stay here. I want him to go back to where he came from.
Currently out.
He was in Tennessee, yes, but he's in Maryland now.
Yeah, because he was let out by the judge. Okay, because there was no reason to hold him.
He has a order for removal.
If he was such a bad human trafficker, then why is he out? Why did the judge specifically say that there is evidence that this entire indictment is vindictive?
It's not an immigration court, by the way. This is Article 3 court.
Garcia that helped people enter to travel with the U.S. without authorization and did so for money. Hold on. And the transportation across the border, usually with the person's consent for a fee, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What he was not charged with. So he was charged for smuggling. Okay, he was charged for that.
When?
So federal prosecutors for Garcia helped people enter the travel to the U.S. without authorization and did so for money. And transportation across the border, usually with persons of consent for a fee. The government believes it can prove that.
Yes. Yes. They are now doing that 10 years after this traffic stop, or 8 years, 7 years, whatever it was, after they realized they deported him afterwards. That's the entire point of what I'm saying. Nobody charged him with a single thing. There was not a single indictment until he was sent off to a foreign prison to be tortured and they
Oh my
realized
God, he was
they
not.
fucked
He
up.
was not tortured. He was not tortured.
You know what's
he didn't
actually
look
funny?
tortured. He didn't look
He
malnourished.
didn't
Give
look
me a break. You guys
tortured.
are
He
ridiculous.
didn't
No, he
look
wasn't
tortured.
tortured
Did
at
you guys
all.
hear that?
And he didn't.
He didn't
And he didn't
look
come out saying
tortured.
that he was tortured. And he didn't come out saying that he was tortured.
You know
That's
what's
ridiculous.
These were the same people that didn't say the J6 prisoners were tortured after they were held in solitary confinement for over the amount of time
Trump has been
allotted.
convicted of 34, but it's actually really funny, okay? Because literally 5 minutes ago, maybe it was a little bit more than 5 minutes ago, right? You said that it was not Trump's fault that CCOT was so bad. You said that
What?
CCOT has been.
I did not say that.
Yes, you. Oh,
no, shut up. I did not say that.
Oh, please keep
That's not what
denying
I
it.
said whatsoever.
I can't wait to make the
wow,
video about
I
this
did-
later.
Oh, please. I can't wait till you make. I didn't say. What did you say I said?
Yeah, you didn't even let me finish it. So. May I
Okay, go
finish it
ahead.
now?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'll-
Yeah.
Yeah, go
So
ahead. Yeah,
I
go
had said that Trump is sending people to the CCOT to be tortured. And you said, look at the documentary on HBO. CCOT has been like that forever. It's been like that for decades.
Dude,
You
you're a little confused.
Hold
you
on.
are a little confused.
on.
You're confused.
Does
were
he
talking
think
about
that
the
CCOT is an American prison?
concerning the prisons.
Okay.
The
All
state and federal prisons that had nothing to do with CCOT.
I would hope
All
not.
right. Well, you said CCOT
were
has been like that
talking
for a long time, and I agree with you that it
No.
has. Okay, but CCOT has been very, very well known for a long
Oh my
time for
God.
being a torture prison. It's kind of weird now that all of
What's
a sudden
happening
it's not
right
a
now?
torture prison. Yeah.
What are you talking about? You are so confused.
Oh, I'm.
What is happening?
Very much not confused, ma'am.
No, you are really confused. So we were speaking about the federal and state prisons, and I said that there was a documentary concerning the prison system on HBO. And now you're telling me that I said that it was regarding CCOT. You're flying up.
That's fine, no problem. Maybe I did get confused because I was talking about the documentary specifically about CCOT that people close to Trump had pulled off the
What
air.
documentary?
And then you talked about the 60 Minutes documentary.
Oh, okay. So according to you, that there was a 60 Minutes documentary regarding CCOT that was pulled off the air. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's not according to
By
me,
the
that's
way,
just a
for
fact
the
of what
record,
happened. It was actually
that was
released in
not pulled
Canada
off because of us.
on accident.
Well,
That was pulled off
on
because
accident?
CBS
Yeah.
felt like
I
they
don't watch
didn't have
60 Minutes,
enough
so
to post that fucking episode
I mean,
Well,
because
you
there were
couldn't watch
too
this one
many
anyway, because,
gaps
again, people close to Trump had
and
it
there was
pulled
going to
off
be
the
too
air.
many
Yeah.
questions.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me
That was
check on
not
that,
because
if you
of
don't
something
mind.
that Trump
Yes,
did.
please do. Yeah, it was a very in-depth documentary on the conditions of CCOT, specifically from people that that used to be in CCOT, very explicitly explaining the like I said the physical, the sexual, the mental, the torture that they had to go through. Right, while they were there, and which is already horrific enough if it was for the people that it was designed for, which was actually El Salvadorian cartel members when they were trying to clear up their streets. But for people that have been convicted of no crime, none, okay, I feel very, very, very. I mean, that is just a sad thing to do to anyone. By the way, in case you haven't seen, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is making TikToks now. And they are very sweet, actually. He gets up on the.
He's so disgusting. I'm so glad that you think that he's really sweet when he freaking, put his hands on his wife. Okay, that's really cute. I'm glad that you think he's really sweet. When his wife came out,
the TikToks are sweet. I don't know if he's a sweet person.
TikTok is sweet. Oh, you don't? Oh, but you just said that he was sweet. That he makes these really sweet TikToks.
Yeah.
That's.
They are sweet. Would you guys like to see one? I can pull one up.
What is happening right now?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, it's okay. She doesn't.
No, go ahead, pull it up.
She doesn't care. She doesn't care that the wife said that it never happened. It's fine. She doesn't care about that.
Oh, what? Yes, it did happen.
What?
I have
Gotcha.
her documentation.
What?
Are you kidding?
So I'm supposed to believe you.
Now,
And
why
not
did the wife file 3 TPOs?
Documentation
The
is
fuck?
up there. What are you talking about?
What?
The wife said
writing.
it didn't happen.
What?
Oh, it did not. So she made a false
She
claim on a
literally
TV charge.
just submitted it to the court. I have the
She's
court
not a very
documents
sweet
for that.
She literally filed
Oh,
3
that's it.
TPOs.
Oh Lord. Oh my God, help us. Okay, hold on. So let me see here. So I guess, yes, you're right. There was a planned 60 Minutes segment that was pulled off the air in the United States shortly before it was scheduled. Pulled. Barry West, I guess, the new appointed editor-in-chief of CBS News, said she pulled the story because it didn't meet editorial standards yet, specifically saying it needed more content and further effort to get comments from the Trump administration. Oh, they were waiting for Trump. They wanted more content from the Trump administration.
Yes.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
And
they had nothing to do with Trump.
You're missing a little part of that.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. The little part of that that you're missing is that they had been reaching out to the Trump administration for over a year. Okay, to try to actually get comment, and the Trump administration refused to make any type of comments on it. Yeah.
Wait, when did Garcia go? When did all this go down?
They've been doing this for a long time.
Was he caught?
Maybe it
we're
wasn't
talking about
quite a year.
Garcia.
It doesn't matter how long it was.
No,
Regardless,
it
they had
wasn't a
reached
year.
out. No, I didn't say I didn't say they started this when Kilmer Abreu Garcia got sent there, did I?
Pardon me?
Did I say
don't
they
know.
started
You're
this
all over the
document?
map.
Did I say that they started this documentary when Kilmer Abreu Garcia got sent there?
Well, I
The
don't know.
documentary
I mean,
is not about Kilmer Abreu Garcia. It's about CCOT, which was there well before all of that. Okay. But they reached out to the Trump administration for comments multiple times. The Trump administration refused to give comment on it. Okay. So now apparently, if you reach out to the Trump administration, ask them for comment, if they say we are not going to give any comments, then that automatically means that it does not meet the level of, of scrutiny that it deserves to be able to go out. So that means, according to
I
that,
feel like we're going to be here a while. We may
at
need to
any
find
point in
somewhere else.
time to just not give comments on anything, and then therefore it can't be put out because they're not going to give comments on it. That's a joke.
Chat, do y'all have any other ideas?
Well, that's interesting because why would they want to interview anyone in CCOT or do a documentary regarding CCOT if it wasn't about Garcia and the other prisoners, of course?
Yeah, because they sent like 160 people there or something like that, and it's a really horrible place. And 60 Minutes says things on all sorts of things all the time. You would know that, but like you said, you don't watch 60 Minutes.
Well, the thing is that it literally, I'm reading it and it had nothing to do with Trump. What they wanted is that they wanted more information from the Trump administration and more content. And that was the reason why they did not air it. It had nothing to do with that Trump brought the document, that the reason that they didn't show the documentary is because of the Trump administration.
Yeah,
that is not true.
That person, okay, is literally a Trump lackey. I can't remember her name, whatever her name is. All right, she's a fucking joke. But she literally was put there.
She's a joke.
Oh yeah, she was 100% joke. She was literally just put in charge of CBS just recently, and the reason why she was put there is because Donald Trump was so upset about the last 60 Minutes stuff that they were afraid that they were going to freaking fuck up their merger. So they put this lady in charge, Barry Weiss, that's her name. They put Barry Weiss in charge, who literally is just a Trump lackey and is literally was put in this position specifically just to do this exact thing.
Oh,
and she did it. And she did it.
Oh, okay.
And that's
okay.
So that's good. It goes right along with everything else Trump is trying to do. Getting Jimmy Kimmel pulled, trying to get Seth Meyers pulled, getting Colbert pulled.
Just to let you know, she's not a Trump supporter. So I don't know where you got that from. I would appreciate it if you bring me up a receipt on that. If you could bring me up a receipt showing me that she's a Trump supporter and she was placed there, to basically control
they don't put
CBS.
that,
I'm only down for 3 days, Grumpy.
You realize that it was ABC, not CBS.
No, you have to get out of here.
I got the wrong 3-letter agency. My bad.
Oh.
What'd you say?
That's what
You have to be out of here by a certain time today for kiddos.
I don't.
No, my husband's with the kids. They're here.
It's like, oh my God. Okay, so anyways, West does not
Barry Weiss
endorse Donald Trump.
Barry Weiss.
She does not.
It literally says Barry Weiss. Her connection to Trump is through tech billionaire Larry Weiss, who was a huge Trump donor who put her in that position.
Endorse Donald Trump or openly identified that she is a Trump supporter.
That was CBS. Thank you. CBS. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, CBS is on 60 Minutes, but the lawsuit was with ABC. So, and you're trying to say, oh, okay. So, let's see. She actually criticized Trump, and she even said
by the way, this is article Judge Polizinis. I just looked her up. She has very limited authority on immigration. So this block on detaining him will not stand.
Hitler in 2016. So what?
What? What does that got to do with the tea in China?
Yeah, you're making it sound like somebody not liking Donald Trump in 2016 has anything to do with what's going on right now. Like,
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know why you brought that up, but
literally
okay.
right here. Barry Rice runs a Trump-friendly site. Now she'll be in charge of CBS News. Yeah, Fairbout Skydance announced Monday that has acquired the Free Press, a digital media outlet founded by Barry Weiss. And the Free Press is a literal, like, right-leaning site, a conservative, freaking Trump-friendly site.
I'm sorry, but Barry Weiss is not a Trump supporter, and her views, you know, she's been very critical of Trump. And I don't know what I don't understand what you're even talking about. But no, she's not a Trump supporter, and she was not placed to control the media for the Trump administration.
Okay.
So
well, if that's
that
what
is
you
not
want
a
to
true
believe, that's
thing.
fine. But
I
if
don't
you
have to believe it. I mean, I have I'm reading it.
where are you reading it from?
Here, I'll tell you right
I'm
now.
reading a whole bunch of stuff that says the exact same thing.
NPR.
The one that you sent, Sin Shady, it says, "Why do you support Dean Withers?" I think that's someone on the other side.
That's all I know. Okay, she was running a Trump-friendly website. Now she's in charge of CBS, and now she's stopping things that are hurtful to the Trump administration. That's it. Okay, whether she voted for him, or she's a lackey, or she's somebody that, you know, walks around wearing a MAGA hat, I don't know. Okay, but I know Larry Ellison is. All right. And I know that he's the one who put her in there, and I know that he's a big Trump supporter, and I know what she just did. All right. So
I also wanted to give a quick shout out to Melanie. Melanie, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Happy New Year's. And she says, "We got you, Millie, hand heart." Much love to you, Melanie. Thank you so much for that.
No, actually, you did not. You're funny.
You just want to get back to covering the rest of the stuff?
So yeah. So let me see. Hold on a second. And then we'll close this argument because this is
You're muted.
Kind of ridiculous. But
sorry, was I muted for that whole thing?
There's no evidence
you
showing
muted
that
after
Barry
you read
Weiss
off
was
the
placed
names.
there.
Okay, cool.
To support the Trump administration
I mean,
whatsoever.
I was hoping that it would be relatively quick with Montana, but I guess not.
It was
All right. So if we can't find someone to do a field trip on, maybe we just get back to the news.
There isn't anything showing that the reason she was hired, Barry Rice.
All right. I had no idea that he was taking people up in his box because if I knew that, I would have just already done that already. So I can try one more attempt.
Chat, do y'all have any ideas? I think she said she doesn't want to do Parker's live.
I don't have time to do Parker's right now. Plus my son is having a little bit of a hissy fit right now with my husband, so probably not the best time. I just also worry about Parker's crowd because I'm literally getting my account back in 3 days.
Yeah, I know.
And their followers are fucking ruthless.
I know.
Last time, I'm just going to explain this to you guys. Last time I debated Dean Withers in a third-party space, by the way, his followers went to my account and reported every single video I had multiple times. So much so that TikTok sent me a message saying, "Hey, your videos are getting mass reported." And I'm like, "Are you going to do something about that then?" And they're like, "Nah." So I'm about to get my account back. I really don't want these fucking people sitting here just sitting there spam reporting. So I'll wait on that until Oracle takes over TikTok, and then I'll go in and debate Parker.
Yeah, I guess we can go over the rest of the news, and then if in the meantime, if anybody finds any lives, they can just at me or you in Discord.
Yeah, let me know if you guys find some lives that we can actually go to, because right now RJ is saying you won't respond to his supporters' comments. I literally responded to RJ. He even posted what I responded to him on his actual account. he made a video about my response, pointing out the fact that I did in fact debate him multiple times, once in his account on his own platform, another in a third-party account, but he refuses to come into my live. So the only people who are scared here, it's not me, it's him. I'm just going to touch on a couple of things for news, and then I will have to call it a day. Let's see. Unless we find someone to debate in the meantime. But if not, I'll have to finish it off here. I was looking for a lot on the Abrego case because I'm telling you that order from that judge will not stand because it's an Article 3 judge. But I did want to bring out Rosie O'Donnell's crash out because I thought she said that she was done letting Donald Trump control her life, but I guess she's still you know, I guess talking about him every day. So I'm just curious what her actual plan was for this. So I'm going to bring that up. So here she is with Jim Acosta.
We don't hear the audio. Oh, there we go. Why can't I hear it? We can't hear anything.
But
there we go.
I'll tell you the truth. My daughter is now saying,
she said she had moved on, but I guess not.
Damn him. Damn Trump. And smashing her hand on the table. And I said, wow, honey, what are you thinking? And she said, he made us move in order for our own safety. And it's now he's destroying the country. You know, listen, she lives here. She hears what I'm.
I love how she's blaming Trump for the fact that her own fucking mother decided she was going to move out of the country.
Yeah.
Like, your life wasn't a threat at all. You just decided that you were going to pick up your shit and go. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. And the fact is that you can tell that she just like probably talks about Donald Trump 24/7 for the fact that her child soaked up that information and felt angry enough to bang her hands on the table, just being like, damn Donald Trump. You can probably tell that Rosie O'Donnell probably talks about Donald Trump a lot and blames him for her shitty situation that she put herself in.
Saying to you, not that I go around speaking like this every day if it's not an interview, but I think to myself, you don't want to give this to her. You know, whatever this thing is of me thinking that I have to somehow stand in defiance of him. No, I don't. Somebody can tap me out, you know. I did 22 years. I don't really need to do anymore. And I don't want my kid to be so affected by it. And, you know, she has autism.
But she recognizes what's going on.
Yes.
I think she's echoing what she's hearing from her parents, which I would imagine with Rosie O'Donnell, it's quite a lot of, you know, fuck Donald Trump. He put us here and we had to move and all of this bullshit about, you know, she's living in fear. I don't think Rosie O'Donnell is living in fear. Okay. Maybe if she was like an employee of Tim Walz, she might be in that situation. But she's certainly not in a situation here.
Nope.
Did we ever hear from Mideast? What happened to him? Was he not able to come back in?
Yeah, he said he was giving up because it kept like his
Kicking
audio
him out? Or his audio wasn't working. We'll have to figure out a way he can get up here. I mean, like, everybody else didn't have problems. I think Logic came up and she was doing just fine. So I'm not sure. Okay. Oh, sorry. What?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know if it's because he was on Bluetooth or something else, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully we'll get that fixed. The State Department put out this video, which I think like the Department of War just did theirs. So now the State Department just followed up with their own video.
The voters have elected Donald J. Trump as our president to ensure that our foreign policy is centered on one thing, and that is the advancement of our national interest.
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP.
President Trump has secured over $9 trillion in commitments from foreign investors.
There will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA.
My job is to implement the president's foreign policy. We are changing this place. That's the job I have, and that's the job I'm proud to do. I think we've made a lot of progress. We have a lot more work to do.
We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities.
The drug organizations and the terrorist organizations that threaten the United States, you're going to have a problem with President Trump.
My preference will always be.
I think he's okay, I'm not muted. I think he's doing an amazing job, by the way, on foreign policy, getting NATO to agree to pay 5% of their GDP towards defense. That's what we've been asking for. In fact, that's all we asked of NATO. Just increase the defense spending so that you don't have to rely on us so much. That's what I would love to see. I don't want to be in a defense alliance with people who are militarily weak, which is basically what we are. Like, what military does Hungary have? How about Romania? What about Latvia?
Estonia. Yeah.
Well, Estonia, like, these people do not have military artillery. They wouldn't last 2 seconds against Russia. But if they get attacked, we have to come in and defend them.
Yeah.
Like that, it's not a defense alliance that makes sense for us, and especially getting into any of these wars with them. It's not worth the American casualties that we would have to put on the ground and the money that we would have to front to protect them. And so I'm not on board with that. In another incident of TDS, speaking about Rosie O'Donnell in TDS syndrome, which I think like IDS is on its way up there as well.
Absolutely.
But we had a woman that had to go to court for her threats against Donald Trump. So Miranda Rico Perez, a woman with severe TDS, was arrested in Florida back in July for threatening to pew President Trump because she was, quote unquote, bored. Perez had previously threatened to pew up a school. You probably didn't hear about this because mainstream media didn't want you to. So let's take a look at that.
34-year-old Miranda Perez of West Palm Beach went before a judge Wednesday morning. Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputies say they got an anonymous tip that she made threats to shoot President Trump. On her Facebook profile, a post allegedly reads, quote, "Hey Trump, I'ma go to your golf course and be the next shooter. Laugh out loud. I'm bored. Be there soon." The post does not specify whether Perez was referring to Trump National Golf Club in Jupiter or Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, the site of an assassination attempt on the president's life just last September. The man accused in that incident, Ryan Ruth, is now awaiting trial.
Let me tell you, after Butler and after the second attempt right here, the Secret Service is not going to take any indication of violence against President Trump lightly.
Perez was arrested in August 2019 after PBSO says
I just want to know why none of the celebrities that went and made these threats against Donald Trump were also going to jail.
Anything.
Johnny Depp, Madonna, fucking what's her name? Kathy Griffin. She didn't get any fucking jail time. Like, here's the thing. It cannot be rules for thee and not for me. Okay? I don't even like this fucking woman. Don't know much about her. But however, all of these other people who have all of that nice Hollywood money, they also need to go to jail. Okay? Right. This is a rules apply to everybody thing. So the celebrities can't be making threats and then just getting to walk away after they did like a beheaded bloody head of Donald Trump, or them saying it's been a long time since someone blew up the White House. Like we know what you were doing.
Yep.
So, you know, I would like to see a little bit more accountability on the behalf of the administration, that they, at least in their first term, they should have went hard against people that were making those kind of threats. But I guess it was before Donald Trump was literally getting shot on the campaign trail. So I don't know. However, I did want to show this gentleman who was standing up against the trans activism, saying that it's not right. And I believe he's a Democrat, if I wasn't mistaken when I was watching this. So let me just show you. I'm going to close down this since we're done doing debates for now. Hopefully we'll get some good debates tomorrow. Everyone will be online. All right, let's take a look.
For us, and I pause because my colleagues are walking out as I give this speech. People are clapping in the gallery for their walking out. And Mr. Speaker, I think that illustrates exactly why I got up here today. I could have quietly voted my conscience, could have followed the party line. But Mr. Speaker, again, the consent of one person cannot stand for the consent of another. And just because one person is comfortable with a transgender woman being in the bathroom with them or playing sports with them or being in a prison with them doesn't mean that another woman is. And these issues do not have to cause violence. These conversations can be nuanced, and we can have conversations about treating each other with respect and humanity. And putting in place policies that say that women who were born women deserve a space to themselves, whether that be the bathroom or sports or the locker room or prisons, is not transphobic. And there are people in my town, there are people throughout the country who are liberal, left-leaning people who agree with what I just said here, but some of them won't vote with me here. Some of them, in fact, have left the party in my town. There was just a woman last week who left my party because she felt not only was she not being heard, but she felt like there was no way for her to even speak up about this position. And given how many people are still in their seats, I can understand why. The orthodoxy of the Democratic Party on this issue has left us to where we can't have nuanced discussions, and women are being silenced in this conversation. As much as people don't want to hear that, that is what is happening. And when I talked to people on this side of the issue and this side of the issue, I heard, I don't want any violence to happen against me. I don't want to be disrespected or unheard. I heard that from transgender individuals, and I heard that from women. So, Mr. Speaker, I think HB 148, legislation which enables localities, municipalities, and businesses to put in place specific policies around definitions of sex, is not a right-wing, fascist, Nazi movement like I've been told that it is. I was called a Nazi for the prospect of giving this speech.
W.
Can you imagine, like, all you're simply saying is, I want to protect sex-based rights. Yep. And for speaking up and saying, I protect sex-based rights, now all of a sudden you're a right-wing Nazi fascist. Yeah. It's crazy, okay? Wild. And I'm glad that he's like, yeah, people are leaving my party because they know that it's wrong. Most of the people that I talk to that are Democrats that are like level-headed, they're like, yeah, I don't support that. But I support everything else the party is doing. Okay, so at some point, can we say that this is actually doing harm, not only harm to children, but also harm to women in their own spaces? So that's my issue with it. I would really like to see, I don't know, not uplifting men to go trample all over sex-based rights. And it was funny because I was debating somebody the other day about this, and this woman literally disregarded all of her moral values in regards to race because I put it in a different context, and hopefully that would correlate to her so that she would understand that if white people were walking around in blackface and demanding to be able to obtain like scholarships specifically for African Americans, or being able to obtain interest rates that you would get if you were someone who is African American, or just walking around just being like, hey, I'm black. Does that mean that you're actually black? And she said, no. She's like, you can't just be black, just because you put on blackface. And I'm like, and she's like, well, there's more to it. Like, people are doing hormones and stuff. And I'm like, hormones doesn't make you a woman. It's never going to change your sex. You can try to gain the appearance of it, and that's what hormones are designed to do, is to stop your puberty and stop you from developing certain parts of your body that would contribute to your sex. But that's never going to make you a female. You will never actually, in fact, be a woman. You will have the appearance of that. And so it was funny when I correlated that with race. At some point in time, she realized that she was like in a corner, and then just said, you know what? I'm actually fine with white people wearing blackface. If they want to be black and they want to, like, they feel in their heart they're a black person, like, let them be black. And I'm like, so I asked her specifically, why would you throw away the morals that you had 5 minutes ago when you said vehemently that white people could not be black simply because they identify as being black? All of a sudden, that was just thrown away for the sake of standing up for the trans community. I'm just so sorry. Like, something about this just feels very cult-like. And I would just like people to see reason and go, you know what? People do deserve some boundaries, and we're going to set some boundaries. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't make you a fascist. That doesn't make you a Nazi for having that belief. And in fact, back in the day, women's right was the progressive movement back in the day, just if we all remember. There was marches about it to come about and give rights. And this whole trans rights thing, it's like, what rights did men not already have? Men had rights. I mean, some of them back in the day depended on if you were poor, right? If you were a poor white man back in the day, you probably wouldn't be able to vote because you couldn't pass the literacy test, or you didn't own property if you go further back enough in America's history. But at this point in time, the men that are claiming to be trans and that they're transitioning into women, they already had rights. So the right that they're asking for is a right to disregard women's boundaries inside their own personal space.
Correct.
That's all. So I don't know. I'm just not on board with it. So, but I think that concludes the end of the show. My little ones need to go out to the park. My husband is ready to go. So he checked in on me a little bit ago. So we're going to go hang out and have some fun.
Have fun.
We will be back here tomorrow. Like I said, I will check on the Millie Smoochies account and see how I'm going to platform that. I think the Millie Smoochies account gets out of jail probably like 1 a.m. is when I lost that account. So it should be available for us to use the following day. So we'll see. So we will be back here first thing in the morning. So if you are new to my channel, if you've saw us on YouTube and you're not from TikTok, which is where our base is originally, make sure you like and follow, subscribe to this account so that you can keep up to date with us. We will be here probably for the next 2 days, 3 days, and I plan on doing some restreaming here. So if you enjoyed just like chilling and watching other platforms, and I do love bringing people's comments up. Like, thank you, Million Lamb Chop. Like, I love that feature. So
yeah, it's so nice.
If there's a way I could do this on TikTok and make that work that way, I guess I would have to figure that out. So
yeah.
By the way, guys, everyone who gifted today, thank you so much for throwing me donations through Cash App today. I appreciate you. We're going to work on hopefully getting monetized so that, the viewer base would be able to, pick up where that left off. But I appreciate you. Make sure you follow me both on Twitch and on YouTube. So I think we need 1,000 subscribers to get monetized on YouTube. By the way, as a disclaimer, YouTube does not endorse Cash App. So they are their own platform, completely separate. So as a disclaimer for YouTube purposes, they do not endorse Cash App. So love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. Everybody drive safe. It is New Year's.
Drive safe. Be safe.
be aware of your surroundings, and be careful even if you're in your house. I just show you a video of some crazy fucking woman having her car fly onto somebody's house and land right by their pool. So even just be careful. Stay away from the windows if it's outside your front of your house.
Yeah,
So,
stay away from the windows. Stay away from the pools.
absolutely, guys. All right. Much love, Smoochie. Shout out to Lamb Chop. Make sure you're following him as well. Great intel guy you saw today in Middy's piece. Catch up with them as well. Good night, everyone, and Happy New Year.